Minä olen pikkupioneeri ja varreltani vielä varsin hoikka, mutta pienikin voi taistella.
Can you move the folder so it's like that, but move it down, the whole folder?
Yeah, just a sec.
Löysitkö Matti muuten niistä busseista itsellesi semmoista, pääsit sä?
Okay, olen vielä tutustunut aiheeseen.
What folder?
Click that folder.
Ja se on tuolla WhatsAppissa.
And start moving it down all the way. Open it.
Maybe you can give me like the reason
Open
why you are doing it.
Yeah. And now move it sort of down. All the way.
You want to check the focus?
Because it's on focus on
I know.
when it's up.
I know. It was yesterday the same problem. I was trying to fix it, but if you make focus bigger, just destroy the upper part and not doing better the lower part. I don't know. It's something with the lens adjustments, probably. I'm not super advanced in this.
We have to talk with Olli about it.
Yeah. I don't think they can
Why?
do
About all,
a lot now.
Maybe he knows about the projector.
So
This is something
yours,
you bought.
and what
No,
would
it
be
isn't.
your?
Yes?
No,
Yes.
Where is happening?
I didn't buy that project. This is something.
This was something we bought together for this thing. This is not all this project. This is for both for White TV and it's the only one of its kind.
This is something I wasn't a part of because this was
Before me. Before you.
No, moved from
So
actually.
please
No,
be.
no, that's the barcode. This is a brand new thing bought here.
I think this is press.
Yeah. I was thinking like what would
We
be
do have
the,
the exhibition lab, big
what would be
barcode
the
that's in the
approximate
basement.
time.
Oh.
We're just trying to set like.
Well, someone who knows about projectors.
And I
Yeah,
would
I
say
just
that
put
no,
So I just wanted to.
pretty damn sure that nobody has cleaned the lens since he installed.
So then you need to go. Let's see. Well,
But it doesn't sort of look
That's, I was switching to the next topic.
Okay.
So I'm switching, I'm sure it's not really clean, saying what was installed. And I have no clue why I'm speaking English to you. Just out of courtesy to Andy, who doesn't speak a word of Finnish.
yeah, unfortunately, like his information is pretty much for this online streaming and for. So it's like you would need to set it like in advance so without using this.
Siis tuommoinen saattaa syntyä siitä, että jos joku ajanut plussilla sitä päälle.
This is done. And you can check the presentation that it works.
Yleensähän se siis viittaa siihen, että
And
se
you can also use this and it goes like there.
eri etäisyys.
And you also see
Tiltattu se on tiltattu niin ylös ja menty lenssinkillä alas. Että se en tiedä. Sen takia mä niin Ollilla käsin mä en ole esitystekniikkaa.
so now we set presentations for.
Mutta eihän saattaa.
Tietää, on se niin projaareita.
I don't think
Oli enemmän.
He doesn't know.
Mitä se Pauli on?
Then
Sen hommaa.
after the
Eli
And they are just the one.
meillä on
they have one.
tuolla
That's the one
takana
that the Google does.
studiotakin nyt asentama
That's it. And
They use the same.
that's again nice.
ongelma,
Okay, so listen.
joka käytiin nyt korjaamassa vähän silleen, että mun pistet teidän portista 10, meidän portista 10, niin sitten
Joo,
se on niinku ainut, mitä me tiedetään siitä.
joo.
Eli heimikynässä ei yhtään irtallista tilaa. Siellä on yksi irportti.
Joo.
Kun me laitan siihen tuon äänipäivän, niin mulla ei ole toista porttia, millä me voi konfata sen.
Joo.
Vaan me pitää reppiä aina jostain laittaa.
Joo.
Ja Pauli oli miettimässä, että kun se on niin täynnä se kytki, niin olisiko se ollut järkeä pistää isompi kytki.
No niin, sitten siihen täytyy olla jotain rahat jostain, tai sitten miettiä, mitä kaikkea siihen menee. Miksi se on niin täynnä?
Siis siitä otettiin jo se turha pois,
Okei,
että saatiin
no
se
niin.
10 porttia.
Selvä, okei. No niin, sitten. Sitten se oli läpikäyty.
Mut se, että se seuraava askel on 10-24.
Niin. Niin, sitten kun meillä on aivan liikaa portteja, jotka huutaa tyhjyyttä, ne yössä ulisevat.
Jos me saat se setti siihen ristiinkytkentä, että se on turhaa omassa laatikossa, se on siinä samassa. Ja sitten tässä tilassa ei tarvitse meidän tulla omaa, vaan me saataisiin kaikki ristaiset tehtyä itse. Ja sitten jos siinä olisi tarpeeksi sitä virtaa, syöttää, niin jos me halutaan tuoda 8 Dante-kaiutetta, minkä Mässi joskus haluaa, niin sitten sen jaon voisi tehdä siitä suuntaan.
No siis sehän puhutaan se itse kanssa ilman hyödyttävä.
Et se ei... Ja meidän pitää kuitenkin pyytää Pauli vielä käymään. Meidän pitää pyytää
Ja sitten kun sä mainitsit saman tässä, niin sitten että onko heillä turkkaa vähän.
mä kattelin Dustinilta niin 1700-2300.
Ja mulla on huomattavasti pienemmät rahalehtoja kuin mikä oli tähän. Se, että niin kun kaikki mahdolliset kivet, joita voi kääntää, että osallistutte mihin se meni alkaa?
Mekään meillä tuossa.
Joo, okei. Liittyykö se nyt tähän vai tuohon äskeiseen pohdintaan? Ei nyt, jos se liittyy siihen tulevaisuuspohdintaan, niin ei nyt. Otetaan mieluummin toi alla mikkiin ja katsotaan, että saadaan headset toimii.
Oh.
So that you know overcoats and shit.
No, they are channel. They are channel. They are not.
Okay. Anyway, which one is 6?
This is 5. No, this is 5 and this is 6. They correspond with the channel in the sound mixer.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I just so therefore for me, like in the list, it will be like 1, and this would be 2, like just to keep the order in a way. So.
Black man.
Can you mute? It's like on.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, hunky
As we did yesterday, we actually put the mic. If you sit here, we can leave it with you in a way. I can put it on the table. So nobody pick up your mic. If you're gonna be sitting here during the presentations, so we can just leave it with you.
Yeah, it's not really amazing. It has to do. Because
Yeah, so Vessel's just sending a message that maybe we should move the Roskalava
Thing, okay?
to Friday.
Yep, okay.
Those buses you sent,
Yes,
not much use for.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And it was the same, like, goes with the delivery of the Roskalava. Because KTK that delivers them is also in strike.
And then they close out.
So, I've done some assuming here. That, you know, after you've done your introduction, you do introduce Ivan, and after Ivan's done, so probably we'll have a small Q&A. Or will you?
Well,
If there's
it's
time.
part of his time, really.
Yeah. Will you? Well, sort of, you know, we are prepared that, you know, you might be participating in that. So you might be commenting and basically leading.
I haven't seen.
So, and Pavel will be, you know, running the audience mics, if
Yeah.
and and probably when that's done, you're going to the coffee break, so you will be telling that, okay, let's have some. And when we're back from coffee break, so you will be telling them what's coming next, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's my assumption, right? Okay. So yeah. So basically, they're in between, where it's, you know, when the sessions end and, you know, when the new speaker comes in and where the session starts. So yeah. Okay. That's good. That's what we're doing.
And we keep going today
If you want to have a copy of our running order, technical running order, I don't know if you need it to anything.
Well, maybe it's, that's what I was just writing.
Hopefully that was the problem. I think so.
We only have 2 minutes on us, so that, you know, basically if we just walk through the running order of the day.
Let me just take my.
Otatko sä? Ei oikeasti katsotaan alle.
Käydään vaan.
Joo.
Mä teippasin jo seinälle sen oman.
Okay. Right. Okay, welcome and introduction. Andy has already rehearsed his using microphone 1, handheld. Ivan, when he arrives, and well, somewhere before Andy is finished with the introduction, so Ivan is going to be having headset 1, which is the channel 3, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And his presentations, they're ready. Ivan, and just informed me that Ivan leads the questions and answers section himself, or are you participating there? Well, let's see what. Okay, right. We go to coffee break, and then Andy introduces the next part of the session. Then Ulla, Inka, Pris, and Ala. Basically, we're switching headsets there. Pavel tries to be one step ahead at all times, so that the next speaker has a headset on.
So they're using headsets, not?
Yeah. because that's easier. I
You mean
can
like
I can rely you, but basically not people who have not been. So they're pointing.
But just to make sure that they are not talking all four at the same
No,
time.
that's it. Taking turns, one after another. That's what we sorted out yesterday. Yes. One after another. Then we do have a commentator, Arvind, who's
You
using.
will want, I think, one of these.
Yes, and we have reserved one of those for him.
Like this
Sennheiser.
engage.
Yes. And Andy goes again, sending everybody off to lunch.
And you have your mic there.
Yes.
And remember that basically lunch is here.
Yeah. By the way, we need to set the table probably.
How about this Pris's workshop? Because I understood that she's going to be using that space over there.
Maybe.
Do we need to set some tables there? Because we have some spare tables.
Maybe one table.
Yeah.
We can do that when
She's coming, she said, by 8:50.
Right, okay. We can do that also on the coffee break. Right, okay. So, coming back from lunch.
The change of batteries.
Yes.
After, during lunch, before lunch.
During lunch.
Okay.
Then Andy introduced the second part of the day, Empirica research group, and that's where I had the idea that we are using 3 handhelds for them, so that if they're functioning as a panel, like if they're all on stage at the same time. So we reserved five chairs for them,
Okay.
and handhelds.
And just note that Krista is sick, so she can come see.
Okay, that's 4. Okay, yes. Right.
Who's sick? Please.
Right. So that's
Who's sick? Who's sick? Who's not coming?
Krista.
yes. But they do have one shared presentation, so that's clicking on what's and it's up to there to decide what to do with Krita's part there. Right. So, so we have 4 people on stage, 4 chairs on stage, and we try to manage with 3 handheld mics.
So basically, we after lunch we put these tables, chairs for kind of panel.
Yes, and I would say that we are losing the headsets already.
Yes.
At lunch.
Change headset to
Yes.
this.
Yes. Then there's Arvind commenting again at 2:30, and that's his Sennheiser. And closing comments and then we go home and get drunk.
Nice. Sounds like a plan.
Who's paying?
Yes.
Wherever you get all the food.
Yes. Hyvä.
Monet saa palkkaa? 9 palkkaa.
We tested all the mics. We're getting signals for everything.
Yeah.
Mutta mä voisin ihan alkuun sanoa.
We can do it again, so everyone knows.
Haluatko sinä kertoa jotain tähän Iswantoon ja Reesaan? Iswantoon ja Reesaan. Muistuttelen, että tästä tämä on se syy, miksi mä lopetan kello 3 iltapäivää.
Sanoiko sen, mä en tiedä.
Okei, no mä sanon sen.
Joo. Samppa ja Pavel, Mikaela told she's
Yes.
okay, she's not coming today.
Nice. Hey, it's too loud. I just hear my, breathing, and I was thinking, am I dreaming or what?
Yes. Well, that's a feature of the mic type.
Yeah. But when you're not aware, I was thinking it's somewhere behind me.
So that also another thing with that is that you can bear anything. So basically get a scratching.
Yeah.
And so.
So he doesn't. But he's not using, and Ivan also doesn't have so much better. I mean, that sounds good. I just don't place it too close to the mouse, not in front, but like something like that.
Yeah. Is this, which number is this?
It's 3.
3. Okay, this is Ivan actually.
Yes.
Ivan.
I-
Here is Ivan.
Ivan, do you want to have a sound check?
Yeah, but Pavel.
Hey,
Yeah,
we met yesterday.
Met yesterday, yeah.
When you're ready, we can set your mic. So
You can
just
have a sound check, just to know, to get the feel.
you can sound check right now, or of course maybe you want to.
Put that on.
Yeah, but
You can.
will you take a
Look
check?
at me. I mean, just for my son out.
Yes,
The third one, here we go.
Yes,
Oh my
so
god,
then
that's...
you just find a comfortable
Okay.
place to put it. You know, you can.
Okay, well, how's that sound? Okay.
Very good.
Yeah.
Don't take it away yet.
Oh, it's a bit tight on my head.
Ah, okay.
Ah.
So, Pavel, like
Okay.
the belt pack, so that it's not in the pictures. So,
Okay.
like,
Okay.
so it goes behind the speaker.
That's usually we try to do. Yes.
Yeah, I stick
Or
it...
back pocket.
I'll stick it in back pocket, don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back pockets are also.
And then, like, you can, you know, put it a bit lower, so
Okay,
it's
that'd be
not
nice.
so
So yeah,
reflecting.
yeah, okay. Good. Sound okay? Very good.
Basically, if you
Okay.
move here, talk to
Yeah.
me, and
Okay,
you
I know.
use to yourself speaking.
Yeah. Does it change a bit? Okay.
So that getting used
Yeah.
to that you are over there too. So
Yeah,
that's why we
yeah, I
do
guess
this.
so. Okay.
So that's so that you know.
That's all right.
Okay.
Now I'm going to be doing the talk, presentation lights. Yeah, let's do that. That'd be great.
So this one, right?
Yeah.
And then so this one we just put in. You can.
Yeah, I can do that.
You can go right.
Ah, nice. Okay. Great. Hello, Clay. I'm going to get one of these for home. Okay. Clay, tidy your room. Clay, get ready for school.
Take a picture of that, even though basically not having a headset and
Okay, here we go. This is some more stuff. Ah, nice. Okay, so we can look at that, and it's up there. That's okay. It's everywhere. I like that.
When we need to the website, I already opened it. So it's here. in
Okay.
the-
Okay, let's have a quick look at that.
Yeah. So you can like put it full screen.
Can we lose this top bar?
Actually,
Normally you can lose that. Yeah, that's nice.
looks very good.
Okay, welcome everybody. It is time to start. Welcome to the KuvA Research Days. This is the second day of a 3 days program. My name is Mikaelo, Professor of Artistic Research here. Yesterday we had an intense day dealing with romantic irony, put together by Dr. Researcher Miklos Gaal. Tomorrow we will have a day entitled Object Studies, and the program is put together by postdoctoral researcher Nina Liebenberg. And today we have a day entitled Material Matters, and the program is put together by Professor in Sculpture Andy Best. And I will hand the mic over to Andy so that he can introduce the program and the speakers. So welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Mika. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Research Days. Material Matters, Investigations into Vernacular and Indigenous Methods and Materials at the Rural Turn. As you know from the program, I have invited a diverse group of artists, designers and researchers to talk about their approaches to material, to stuff, and what they make of it. Some of the practices are at the crossroads of art and craft, handiwork, a return to making with traditional techniques and materials. The existential threat to the planet from climate change demands big changes in society and the way we live. There is growing understanding that the path we humans have been on since at least the European Enlightenment is no longer sustainable. Many people across society, not just artists, are thinking deeply about their approach to life and existence on this earth. We are questioning the consumer society, the need for continued growth and continually increasing GDP. We think about the materials we use, where they come from, and where they will end up after their usefulness is over. We look on in horror as time after time our so-called leaders take us further and further towards species extinction, our extinction, in the name of short-term profit. How else can we explain the declaration to triple nuclear energy by 2050 recently announced at COP28, signed by 22 countries, including Finland? Olkiluoto 3 nuclear power plant continues to have technical problems despite the construction being delayed by 13 years and costing 11 billion euros, over 3 times the original estimate. At a time when renewable energy sources have become so numerous that on some days electricity is free or at negative cost to the consumer. Of course, the so-called green transition is more often than not just greenwashing, driven by capitalistic expansionism rather than a true desire to reduce consumption and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Finland has the poison chalice of being the only European country to have deposits of all key electric battery minerals. Particularly in the north of Finland, in lands belonging to Sami people, the extraction industry literally digs deep. Boliden Kevitsa mine near Sodankylä is one of the largest in Finland, employing around 500 people. Bringing employment to poor rural communities is one of the justifications for supporting mining. Never mind the damage, destruction and poisoning of the landscape and waterways. The mining companies factor in the cost of compensation they will have to pay for environmental damage. But once these habitats are gone, they are gone forever. Exploitation of natural resources is nothing new. It is estimated that a regular 18th century warship of the British Royal Navy required about 4,000 oak trees to build, and a ship such as HMS Victory, Nelson's flagship at Battle of Trafalgar, 6,000. In 1790, the Royal Navy had around 300 ships, requiring at least 1,200,000 large oak trees for their manufacture. The demand on mature oaks and other timber from the British Isles was so strong that already by the 1600s, Britain was importing timber from Sweden, which at that time also included most of present-day Finland, Estonia, and parts of Russia and Latvia. As demand for wood grew stronger, Britain began building ships in its conquered colonies, such as the Caribbean, the Americas, and in India. By the late 18th century, the Navy needed 50,000 loads of oak a year to keep its shipyards operating, almost a quarter of the whole country's wood requirements. In 1801, for example, Britain imported 1,186 pine masts from the Baltic region. Before the Industrial Revolution, Britain imported more than 50% of its wrought iron from Sweden. A ton of wrought iron required 50 cubic meters of wood, approximately 10 hectares of forest for its production. Tar was the main export product from Finland during the 17th and 18th centuries, and trade concentrated on the ports of the west coast. But known as Stockholm tar, this was an essential ingredient of any wooden ship. The Royal Navy could not have ruled the waves without it. Of course, all the European colonial powers sought to exploit their overseas possessions, with the Spanish, for example, building 35% of their ships in Cuba. Just as today, control of natural resources was vital to continued dominance of trade and markets. On the other side of the world, in the Spice Islands, in what is now Indonesia, where the focus of the cutthroat trade in spices such as nutmeg, mace, and cloves. When Elizabethan doctors proclaimed that nutmeg could be used for treating the plague, its value skyrocketed. In the late Middle Ages, a handful of nutmeg could buy a house or a ship. According to Amitav Ghosh, this value was not based on their usefulness. Rather, they had become envy-inducing symbols of luxury and wealth, conforming perfectly to Adam Smith's insight that wealth is something that is desired, not for the material satisfactions that it brings, but because it is desired by others. Isn't this exactly how the present-day cult of celebrity and the super-rich functions? Who actually needs a Tesla Cybertruck? In her book, The River Kings, bioarchaeologist Kat Jarman traces the journey of a carnelian bead, a luxury fashion item of its time, from its discovery in a Viking Age grave in Repton, England, to its likely origin in Gujarat, India. Her tale reveals the likely origins of the Rus as Viking explorers of the eastern route to Constantinople via the great rivers of what is now Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. Entering the river systems via the Daugava River at Riga, or the Volgov from Lake Ladoga, they would often be forced to portage their boats overland to continue, eventually reaching the Volga and Dnieper, and so on to the Black Sea. Of course, the mythical origins of Russia and the Russian Orthodox Church are part of the root cause of the current war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine. The belief that Russia developed from Slavic kingdoms in the early Middle Ages and not from Scandinavian settlers is central to a continuing belief in rightful ownership of the land. The original Crimean War was fought as a holy war by Tsar Nicholas I against the liberal Western powers and to save Balkan Christians from the Ottoman Turks, to create a new Orthodox empire stretching from Moscow to Jerusalem and Constantinople. The British and French wished to keep the Ottoman Empire, the sick man of Europe, alive, seeing it as a vast market for their industrially produced goods and to prevent Russia from extending its influence in the region. The possibility of Russia cutting off trade routes to India foremost in British minds. The rise of nationwide press due to technological advancements such as telegraph in the 19th century created conditions for whipping up public hysteria against Russia, which continues to this day. Before the invasion of Crimea by the British and French in 1854, there were opportunities for peace. Yet the political conditions made it impossible for any politician who was not fully for war to speak out. The public hunger for war led directly to this first modern war, a war relayed to the public in near real time via telegraph, photography, and newspapers. Similarly, we experienced the wars in Ukraine and in Gaza as mediated spectacles of destruction and horror. Images of material destruction and reports of casualties beyond comprehension. We can trace the belief that Western liberal democracies have a duty before God to maintain order back to Sir Francis Bacon and his An Advertisement Touching an Holy War, written in the late 16th century. There are nations that are outlawed and prescribed by the law of nature and nations, and by the immediate commandment of God. He continues, it is both lawful and godly for any nation that is civil and policed to cut them off from the face of the earth. In the mid-18th century, Emir de Vattel codified this into international law, stating, nations are justified in uniting together with the object of punishing and even exterminating such savage peoples. This thinking leads us directly to the Iraq War, the current genocide in Gaza, and countless other colonial attempts to wipe out peoples to gain access to resources, land, and material. And so we come full circle back to material, the focus for today's presentations. In her book, Low-Tech Design by Radical Indigenism, Julia Watson provides numerous examples of traditional ecological knowledge, or tech, a cumulative body of multi-generational knowledge, practices, and beliefs, developed in direct contact with nature. Tech is engineered to sustain rather than exploit resources, fostering symbiosis between species. This indigenous technology is rooted in tradition and mythology, creating a complex understanding of the relations between animals, plants, soils, and landscapes. Watson's book catalogues low-tech technologies that are local, inexpensive, handmade, soft systems embedded with traditional ecological knowledge, practices, and beliefs. I believe that today's speakers will help us on our own paths towards a more inclusive and caring approach to cohabitation on this planet, together with other species, moving away from the exploitative and extractivist mindset. So with that, I am very happy to introduce our first speaker, Ivan Morison. Ivan works together with Heather Peake on projects that transcend the divisions between art, architecture, and theatre. He teaches at the Royal College of Art and at the Architectural Association in London, and his teaching specialism is working with students to fully understand and inhabit their creative practices, a place from which art and life will flow. So, Ivan.
Thank you. Hi there. Thank you, Andy, and thank you for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be here. Great. We're going to go with this one. Perfect. So yeah, I work in a collaborative practice with my partner Heather Peake. We have what we'd call a situated. Thank you so much. A situated practice. Our work's located in the world. It responds to it, acts upon it, but it's also a social practice. So our work involves other people. We create social sculptures through the networks of emotional connections and ideas that are generated from that. So it's a bit different from a located practice, I guess. We'd sort of make that distinction. It can include a specific location to be considered, but also includes the situation, the social, sociological, temporal, and the environmental. These are the conditions that we act upon. So for this bit of time I have with you, I'm going to do kind of two halves. The first half is a prepared talk. It's some ideas that I'm thinking about at the moment that kind of sit within the framework of today. And then the second half is a bit more loosey-goosey. We're going to just look through some of our work and apply some of the considerations of material across those projects as well, and see how that kind of translates in terms of how we think about material and I guess material integrity. This is something we'll come to. So the first bit's a little bit written, the second bit's a little more freeform. So it matters. I think of matter as material and its ideas: historical, environmental, political, physical, geographical, and social. To use any material connects to all these factors and must be considered in order to use material with integrity. So Maggie Nelson, the great writer and art teacher, sees the function of art as to churn the world, to stay in the shit. And this notion of turning over fetid and also fecund materials again and again, for me, connects the artist to the farmer. So there's the two halves of our talk: the artist farmer, we're going to talk about now, and then matter and integrity, we're going to talk about in the second half. So for this talk, we'll look at the artist's position with relation to the rural, the role of guardianship, and ideas of material integrity. In the second half, we'll be exploring examples of material use within my own practice to better understand the inseparable relationship between the things we use to make our work, the places we make our work, and the responsibilities as makers. Great. Okay. So for this first half of today's talk, our site will be the rural, more specifically the agricultural. I'm going to also look at instances of collectivism through radical rural schools and artist practices. With agriculture now seen as the problem, the rural has become more contested and a radical site. It is central to the climate and environmental crisis. Artists as radical thinkers and art schools as incubators must now find ways to address the rural. As I said, I work as an artist within a collaborative, situated practice. Our work's located in the world, responds to it, acts upon it. It's a social practice. Our work involves other people. We create social sculptures through networks of connections. I'll finish that one. I've always lived rurally, with periods of education and work spent in cities. But the rural has actually always been agricultural. Over the past few years, I've come to view the countryside that surrounds me, not as nature, but as the conservationist Aldo Leopold said, a world of wounds. There are two recent examples I can use to highlight this. The first is a visit to Knepp Estate, which is a estate just south of London, that I made last year at the invitation of the owners, Charlie and Isabel. Just to surmise their project. They inherited an estate of 3,500 acres and a castle, lucky them, which had been farmed in the modern industrial way for a generation before them. After 15 more years of modernisation and efficiency measures, they decided they could no longer make it work financially, and it'd be more economical just to take the basic subsidy payment from the EU and keep the land clear, but not actively farm this. I mean, that's one of the ridiculous parts of the EU subsidy policy, is that you get the subsidy for keeping the land ready to farm, but not necessarily farming. So that's cleared of all, basically, wildlife. Over the last 20 years, and a series of other progressively more environmentally focused grants later, they've entirely allowed the estate to return to nature, always with the principle of minimum or zero human intervention. The effect, the remarkable natural return of a huge variety of plant and endangered animals. It's a dazzling regeneration. The other insight, I guess, you get from this project is simply how mind-shatteringly destructive modern agriculture is, and what a broken system it is. The other piece of information is the recent book by environmentalist Georges Monbiot. In it, he tackles modern agriculture as the root cause of environmental collapse. He calls for a total systems change, something totally different from the gentle habit shifting of individuals. He offers solutions for reducing agricultural land use by 3/4 and for a more sustainable use of what remains. This allows the space and opportunity for rewilding projects like NEPs, as well as equitable access to affordable food. For me, it's a really important book, which I strongly recommend. Other books, references, around this area, I'm not going to talk much more about it. Isabel Tree, Wilding, she's the owner of NEP. I mean, rewilding is quite a common kind of concept these days, but Isabel's book kind of really began that conversation. They were really kind of pioneering in what they did. Obviously, they're incredibly wealthy people. And have the opportunity to do that, but at least they're doing that. I mean, that we went to stay with them, and they're so wealthy that above the toilet there's a Lucian Freud, and above the bed there's a Henry Moore drawing. I mean, what can you say? Henry Mance's book, How to Love Animals, is also addresses the main problem of modern agriculture, which is industrial meat production, but in a really open-minded and well-researched manner. Robin Wall-Kimmerer, she's a great writer, and it's much more poetic and philosophical look at connectedness to nature through ideas of kinship. And Donna Haraway's, I guess that's set text on all things entangled, but really worth revisiting. So in today's world, the rural is more often than not the agricultural, and the agricultural is not the natural. It is the ongoing cause of ecological collapse and a game changer in climate change. The rural, therefore, is a radical space to be engaged with. So we're all artists. I'm assuming maybe not everyone's artists. Researcher, we're all involved in art here. And there are many artist hats, ways of operating in the world, ways to operate within the rural. There are others, but these are the ones I'm just going to touch on briefly. I think it's interesting to see how you what kind of artist you are and how you address these things. We were once born into a community, a collective, and we had to strive to become an individual. Now we're born individuals and need to build communities for ourselves. We now see a movement towards a post-individualism. The collective is a strategy of post-individualism, creating groups of shared ethos where together you have creative support and your shared efforts might have greater impact, locally or more widely than that of any individual. Here's a collective. I went to join a PDAS for a few days to understand who they are and imagine with them what they might do in the future. They're based in a rural agricultural setting south of Copenhagen, close to the sea. They share studio facilities, discuss and collectively make decisions. They operate out of an old farmstead that they own and have now been able to purchase more land through an arts commissioning grant. This land they envisage to become a new commons. They're planning to rewild the commons and are looking at other arts and community projects that could activate this space, as well as connect the collective further to a wider network of artists and thinkers. We're planning to run a summer school there next summer. They're aware of the complicated position they occupy in nature, but in agriculture. They're resident, but outsiders. They're artists, not farmers. So, you all know, Documenta is a citywide art show that happens in Kassel, in Germany, every 5 years. So I'm just going to go back to last year's Documenta. It's an interesting one to look at. The curators, for the first time, a collective of artists. They wanted to make a show focused on social practice and collectiveness that critiqued the institution of the big citywide art show. They invited other collectives to curate sections of the dispersed show, and they in turn invited more artists. There were like an awful lot of artists involved. They all were there to perform social practice upon the city and its visitors. So the situated work to show the situated work they had done elsewhere. It was really chaotic, but it was also a paradigm shift away from the traditional art fair spectacular. A lot of it was evidence of things that had happened elsewhere, sometimes haphazardly presented, sometimes totally inaccessibly, like here. Reading Lizzie Lloyd on social practice, she talks in this passage about how do you represent this work, without that act of representation becoming extractivist. Again and again, you see artists performing their social engagement to us, the arts audience. They seek validation for their work from the centre of the art world. This is a problem at Documenta 15, but there was one project that navigated this really, really beautifully. This project focused on East Kassel. It was a mapping and a tour of the social and community projects that have been developed by members of the community, not by artists or as art, but because art had been embedded within the city because of Documenta for such a long time. That's 70 years of artists from elsewhere bringing their thinking to the city. What the project highlighted is the indirect function of art and its ways of being. The radical thinking, the creative courage, the defiance to power, the weirdness, the willingness to begin with no known destination. This photo is of what began as a community garden set up by a local couple 30 years ago, but has gone on to operate more as a community space, a space of discussion, dissent, and mobilization. It has spawned other productive community growing projects, other community-led socially and civic-minded initiatives, but also has been the heart of what has become a strong and resilient community. Okay, I'm going to introduce someone who's not an artist, but his work is a social practice. His name's Carl Lin, and he created neighbourhood commons and political movements. He began as a refugee, set up a kibbutz, then became a psychotherapist, then a landscape architect, designing for wealthy clients. He moved into teaching as a way to engage with the social ideals he had. His teaching methodology was to take his students out into the world, to work with communities, to generate urban grassroots projects. This new neighbourhood commons took many forms: gardens, playgrounds, and parks, permanent and temporary. He crossed the line between professionalism and activism. Here we see the temporary buildings raised for the People's Convention in a long derelict part of the Bronx, organised to deliver a new political party focused on social justice. Here is the book on his work. There's a lot to learn about community action, social justice, meaningful change, and action-based learning. Carl Lynn wouldn't have described what he did as art, but he would have said he was an activist. Isabelle Fremont and Jay Jordan were once academics in London. They founded the Laboratory for Insurrectory Imagination, organising creative forms of protest like the Clown Army. But for them, protest was not enough. David Graeber says, protest is begging the powers that be to dig a well. Direct action is digging the well and daring them to stop you. So Isabel and Jay moved to the ZAD. That's a 1,000-acre site in France that was earmarked for a clearance for a new airport. The farmers saw off the first attempt to relocate them and invited activists to occupy the land alongside them to stop the development. It's a remarkable story, but in summary, after a series of violent attempted evictions, the occupants of the ZAD were left alone by the state for 6 years, in the state's thinking to self-destruct. Instead, the ZAD became a micro-experiment in living an entangled life. In the end, after further attempts at eviction by the state, it was agreed that the airport wouldn't be built. The ZAD is an example of a temporary autonomous zone, an idea set out by Hikim Bey of creating ephemeral spaces of freedom in the immediate present. The ZAD stands as an example of direct action making direct change. It also offers examples of different ways of living and organising as art, collectively, outside the system of state. They wrote a book about it. It's really good. Their perspective is from way outside the central art world. Their language is that of the activists. But like Lizzie Lloyd earlier, they identified the extractivist nature of much art making. They give this example. Olaf Eliasson takes ice from the Arctic and places it outside the Tate or the COP summit. The work is literally extractivist, but it also takes the value of the principles and uses it within other works that are sold, feeding that value into the system of capital. This is what Isabel and Jay think, at least. There's another kind of artist hat, the final one to look at. The artist as journalist. I saw Julia Fazzari speak in Linz last year. Her project is a mapping in the form of a huge published book of the architecture, organisations and national entanglements across the Antarctica. Her work is to draw attention to this case, to mobilise public opinion, to make those in power step back from their fast encroachment onto this territory. Journalist, activist, but maybe also extractivist. An artist acting in the journalist register is making a poem about a thing. Carl Lynn is making a thing poem with every commons he helps create. So there's a split between art as information and art as experience. We don't have time to go into it, but here's a good article by Mark Prince. Function of art. There are many positions on this, but for me, there are two writers who together seem to capture it. I'll introduce a couple of their headline thoughts. So, Maggie Nelson on freedom, I guess, is particularly good. She talks about care, how she doesn't go to art for care. She doesn't want art to care, nor to cure. That's not to say care does not exist in art. Every artist cares. They're also earnest. Timothy Morton is the other. Morton identifies the problem as being that of too much care, of misdirected care. The problem with our society and environment is that we have cared too much for it. We should care less, be more careless, be more carefree. A future that is less controlling, but more generous and creative. So his other relevant thing is that art is an ecological experience. The beauty experience is in fact an ecological experience, where ecologies are an interconnectedness of things, and beauty connecting us to something other than ourselves, outside of ourselves, but also within and apart from ourselves. He says like, stroking your cat is connecting to more than human, so is ecological. Problematically for some, he also says standing in front of Olaf Eliasson's ice watch, connecting to the ice, to the intangible beauty of the experience, is also ecological. Maybe there's no conclusions. So how do we begin to develop a new way of creating art? I mentioned at the beginning that artists' institutions are incubators for artists' radical thinking. So here are some that I've been visiting and researching the last few months. So Black Mountain College, I'm sure you're familiar with it. Established 1933, closed 20 years later from lack of funding, emphasized holistic learning, doing, non-hierarchical. It was disorganized, underfunded, not accredited, but out of it came some of the greatest thinking and creatives in 20th century America. The Valparaiso School, it's a Chilean architecture school staffed mainly by artists, founded in the mid-1950s, now closed. It focused on the dialogue of poetry, art, and the crafts of architecture. They approached architecture as a process, not an object or outcome. They had a deeply embedded approach to place and people. They always took pilgrimage-like walks to new sites as a group, and upon arrival would write a poem that would act as a guiding creative lead for the project to come. Many of the staff and students lived on site in an evolving social and built experiment called the Open City. The new Centre for Research and Practice is not a rural, but in a sense, it's not rural in a sense, but online. It's a school for radical thinking around the arts, technology and the environment, often for academics who can't find these lines of research available within traditional institutions. A lack of fixed centre, therefore, also includes the rural within it. Lunga, on the east coast of Iceland, and where I took this picture, is a school, a work of art, a commune, an experimentation with artistic practice. It's embedded within the local village, operating in the gaps, using projects to create exchange and shared benefit. So these art schools and many more operate on alternative models and might be seen in addition to institutions, I guess, like this one. Developing lines of thought from outside the system, allowing for different types of people to join the conversation, and allowing for different ways of learning that may result in new unexpected ways forward. So perhaps the art school needs to act as a collective. The art school collective should look outwards, should live in the world. Finally, one last observation. There are actually many similarities between the position of the artist and the farmer. Both are an identity, both a way of life, both are locked into systems of capital, often reliant on funding and the pressures of these funding bodies, and that of larger companies whose markets they rely on. The markets they both operate in have become grotesquely distorted at one extreme, whilst those in the middle make next to no profit. Meanwhile, a few outliers try to find new ways to operate. These are systems we may need to step away from. Collectivity and post-individualism may be a step towards this, where success and value are not measured against the individual, but against the success of ideological groupings they affiliate themselves to. It's not artists versus farmers. Farmers need artists and artists need farmers. Like on the ZAD, farmers should invite artists to inhabit the land. Like Maggie Nelson says, artists should churn the world. This may be a direct activist action like Isabel or Jay's, or like Carl's, or it may not be. Whatever, I guess, gets you through. But like in East Castle, as Timothy Morton says, art's weird ecologies will creep out into the landscape and infect the thinking of those that occupy it. End of that one. Oh, thank you. That's just part one. There's more. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's switch over. Yeah, maybe you can help me with that. That'd be brilliant. Maybe I could get a glass of water as well. Grab me one. Yeah, that's great, thank you. Yeah, do we want any questions now? If there's anything, we've got loads of time. Oh, there's one here, lovely.
I was thinking about. Oh, I have to talk to you.
Oh, water and microphones. Great, thank you. You haven't got one of these on.
I completely forgot what I was supposed to say. I was thinking about the rural as a site of knowledge production. And I'm rural, like many Finnish people. I grew up in a village of about 1,000 people and maybe 15,000 goats. and we had a community theater, it was very ambitious, and did Buto workshops and Shakespeare, and there's a contemporary art group that's out of the village based there. And this question of artist versus farmer is alive in my life, because when I talk about those groups and those activities to my friends here, quite often the response I get is something along the lines of, like, it's not taken quite seriously. It's a bit funny that a farmer would choose to go to a Buto workshop and express themselves through art. And it's seen as something that perhaps somebody from the outside came and gave to the community, as opposed to something that was generated by people who live there, who want to do art. And so I feel that a radical, non-extractivist, collectivist way of existing takes into account the rural as a site of knowledge production, as opposed to just a site of production of food.
So we're in agreement.
Good.
Yeah, good. Yes, I think it's so often the case that artists are dropped into invited into these situations, and they then perform something onto a community, and it's so different when you live within those communities as well. And I think the way that things really, that presence of an artist within a community like that, the sort of conversations that I had day to day in the pub, wherever, sort of start to sort of introduce the idea of creativity. I mean, so much about what the work we do is very long term, working with different people, and really often there's no work that we make, really. Often it's about working with communities to sort of build ideas of what creativity can be, what creative life is, and then building creative bravery within those groups to allow them to then, for things just to grow within those groups and communities on their own accord, really. And the best way for that to happen is just to be, to live in those places, to make that the site of your work. So yeah, I really agree. An interesting way we went and gave a talk in Argentina a few years ago, and we were taking around various projects, and it was amazing to see. Interestingly, they have this sort of approach as how they seem to have always done it. So we went to a contemporary dance class, but it wasn't led and wasn't instigated by contemporary dancer who'd been brought in from Buenos Aires. It was led by the butcher. you know. Here's that, I'm going to do a contemporary dance class, you know. That's really where it wants to come from, you know. It was really inspiring to see that.
I'm not sure what... Oh, it does.
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
great.
I wanted to pick up on this word care, and if you could maybe expand a little bit more on the careless versus caring. Just that, for example, in the sculpture area here, we came up with this sort of term of sustainable sculpture and culture of care, and we take that to mean the caring is also for the community within that sort of sculpture area, so that people are, you know, careful of other people, of the place, of the environment, of the materials. So I think we're probably on the
why do
same.
you want them to be careful? Like, why not just what? I mean,
For the reasons that
like
I
the
said,
reason I make public art, the best one of the, you know, like I make a lot of public art, and it has to be like robust. You know, like when someone, you know, takes a hammer to it, like that's as good a sort of reaction as when someone, whatever, posts it on Instagram. Yeah. So sorry, I interrupted. Tell me why you need people to care.
well, maybe I have this institutional viewpoint where I want, it's desirable to have the place usable by everybody, and it seems that when people are careless, then it leads to only the strongest ones getting what they want.
And maybe you're just talking about like conformity there.
Yeah.
You know, like we need like a multiplicity of views and reactions to things. But I think I also talk about care. I think I'm talking about like this idea of over care, which is a form of control. You know, control is often sort of called care, but control is really what's happening to our landscapes. Yeah, that's what modern agriculture is. It's not care; it's control. So when I talk about caring less, I guess I'm talking about allowing things to happen, that you not interfering in things, allowing things to take their natural course. And that can be applied, I guess, to the landscape. It doesn't mean you can't have agriculture. You can have agriculture and a more careless approach to the landscape around it, you know, a less controlling approach. But also in terms of art, possibly, as well. You know, a less controlling or more open allowance for things to happen. I think that, you know, for me that ties into much more into ideas of temporality as well. You know, how when I walk around like sculpture parks possibly, and you see works that have been installed in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and each year the technicians go around and carefully, you know, repatinate things or polish them and clear the ground around them. You know, these sculptures are huge, you know, impositions in a sense on those in these landscapes. You know, the ideas, you know, the fact that they've been made and have this sort of imposition to be left there or demand to be there in perpetuity, unchanging. Whereas I think there's a more open sort of idea about art making now, which allows for change within their ideas and their concepts, but also in their materiality as well. Okay. Maybe. Oh, hey.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your talk.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess my question is about thinking about this binary that kind of like starts to appear between information versus experience.
Yeah.
And whether that's kind of a problem in itself, where we kind of like go on these divergent paths between useful, non-useful.
Yeah.
One that seeks to have a so-called capital agenda, because it doesn't sit within a world of care or altruism. Do you see that as being a tricky thing, a tricky area when we kind of like create these binaries between useful and not, and extractivist and not?
No, I think maybe that came across as us calling it a binary. I guess I don't see it necessarily as a binary. I think it can operate. I mean, in terms of, I think you can have works that convey experience, convey information, but they're also an experience in themselves. I guess what we're trying to say, that these two things aren't necessarily separate, but it's. I guess I'm just trying to talk about this, the power of experiential art, or the power of art in its sort of most fundamental sort of creative form. It has value in terms of creating change. So often, I think more often now, there's this notion that that idea of art for art's sake doesn't have value in a world where everything has to be targeted towards change, or doing good, or a climate agenda, or, it has to, and then artists tend to work in these other kind of modes, which they think are maybe more useful. They more directly talk about the issues, more directly bring about change. And that I may be trying to say that perhaps they're not maybe as so effective. Maybe initially, I mean, on the surface, they may sort of perform that more visibly, but on the long term, I think possibly the other mode is possibly allows for like a deeper kind of mindset of change.
So then there's kind of like a flow between doing and about something, and that they can be self-reflexive upon each other.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
Thank you for your inspiring talk.
Thank you.
I have a more practical question.
Oh, good.
Did I understand correctly that you are also growing some food yourself?
No, that's
Okay.
not. No.
Well, I will ask this anyway, because if you have some clue. I'm an artist who is dreaming to be a farmer and an artist. As far as I know, it demands time and commitment to produce food. And how can one find time for producing food and producing art? What would you say, which one is priority, or is there a way to tie these both practices together? Do you have any examples of that kind of art practice?
I can talk about my own experience of that, which we actually will come to in this next second part a little bit. So I began my art practice by growing food. Over 25 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, something like that. I began. I was making sculptural works of dead heroines, sort of film icons and lost tribes, and it was a sort of attempt at sort of recreation of something that's gone. And I was looking for a space to move into, to put these sculptures. And I took on this large garden, this large allotment, I guess you'd call it, but it's in Birmingham. So it was like an industrial city that had these huge leisure gardens. So you have them here, those sort of summer gardens. And I realized, it wasn't long before I realized actually the more interesting thing about my attempts at growing things. This attempts at it and the failures of it. And I was sending out these small cards that sort of detailed those attempts, really, and recording observations in the garden, colours across seasons, things I was learning just sort of they're kind of like tweets before there were tweets, I guess, and that was my practice for quite a few years. So my site was a garden, and my practice was growing. and my output was just observations of that process. And that in itself created, and people could visit, but hardly anyone ever, I didn't really invite people to visit. So it was more the idea of a person engaged, in the soil really as a practice. And that was really good. I really enjoyed that time. But then for me, I felt it was a very inward-looking practice. Personally, like I really like to be in the world. And, garden and growing really requires like a huge amount of presence in that space, You have to do that almost every day. So I was looking for a different model. But I realized, though, how important, the important thing about it was it gave me this sort of scaffold or kind of generator for what the practice was. Really I was just sort of riding this thing and observing what was happening as it went along. So I sort of looked for a different model that could do the same thing, but it would allow me to be in the world. And then after, sort of cut a little bit out the middle there, after a few years of traveling, I realized that the model was to actually have a forest instead, and to develop that as an arboretum in some way. And that's changed a bit over time. But the model of an arboretum is that you travel in the world and you collect species of trees, and you come back and plant them, and the trees very, very slowly grow. But the travel, it's kind of an expeditions in a sense. The people you meet and the return, they're all material for what an art, a creative life could be. They're not really the work. The forest isn't the work either, but they're all the sort of the ground for what an artistic practice could sort of then sit within and upon. So that's the model then we sort of took on, is forest. We found some forest. And so that sits at the heart of our practice now. But instead of it being an arboretum now, it's becoming renaturalized slowly over time. So it was identified a few years ago as being this very unique ecosystem on the west coast of Wales. It's called a Celtic rainforest. It's pretty nice. And when we sort of took possession of it, there's a lot of some are native old trees, but mainly like huge plantation trees. So most things were cut down during the Second World War for materials, and then everything got kind of replanted in conifers. So now these trees are huge, and that's really they're huge, and they need to be felled, or they fall over a lot as well now. The ground's quite shallow and it's quite rocky. So we use a timber for our work, and now it's been identified as this sort of rainforest habitat. There's a big program in the west coast of Wales to try to re-establish this habitat and to encourage people to do that. So now we're on like a journey, over the next 20, 30 years to slowly take away the conifers and allow the native trees to grow up. It's really interesting. The interesting part of it is the survey identified it was Celtic rainforest not by the tree species that are there, but by what's on the ground. So we have this sort of kind of remarkable spongy layer of mosses and liverworts, and that's actually Celtic rainforest more than the trees that grow out of it. That's where the huge variety of different species are existing. The trees are just the big things that come out of it, but that's been there for like 70 years and been able to survive all the shade of the conifers. And by just clearing away some of these conifers, the rest of that, the larger trees will come back through it. So that's our kind of project, and that's the sort of site of our practice, the central sort of hidden bit of it, really. So that's kind of a long answer. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So I can talk through some some works as well, I think. Thank you for your questions. So part 2, matter. So how do we join with the complex matter of the world? I understand matter to be stuff and its ideas. I think many of our past mistakes come not from taking into I think many of our past mistakes come from not taking into account histories, contexts, and futures of the stuff we use. So matter is the stuff and materials of things, as well as its content and ideas. The stuff of things. As creators, we must bestow the matter we shape with integrity. It must be thoughtful, careful, purposeful. It must be ecological, in that it must properly honour its position and be an active agent within the network of things and ideas it has been placed. Matter with integrity is a vector for experiences of subtle connection. So, I guess subtle connection, that's like the key to what we do, our work. So, matter and material integrity. So, when we approach a site, a situation, I guess we're always looking for the material, what that work could be made out of. And in some cases, that might be wildflowers and science fiction, I guess. In some cases, I guess, like here, it might be a bird on a bicycle. Other cases, it could be flowers in a field, or here, I guess, a sense in the air about something people are waiting for. I guess this is Drop City in Arizona, a weird sort of outside place where people live these mobile lives. And our perspective on it seemed to be waiting for something to happen. This is a film that kind of puts this sort of notion of what that might be into it. So, yeah, the material can be something physical, but it can also be an idea or something that's lacking in a place, something unspoken. I guess as the artist, you're often looking for the blind spot in a place. You're often looking for the thing that's present but unseen or unmentioned. You know, maybe that's the material that you work with, or it could be an individual or a group of people, or it could be something really physical. You know, maybe it is a physical material. So this is our wood, as I was talking about. So I mean, that's, I guess, the first thing. This idea of material integrity came from here. It's when we first had a commission for the Venice Biennale, and we were kind of young and really ambitious, and you know, the budget was really small, and we were like, what can we do? You know, what do we have? I guess we were representing Wales at the Biennale, and we wanted to do something very located to Wales. And what we had was a lot of timber that was just blown over in the wind. And so it was our first time that we could mill this and we could use this as our material. And it was magical, I think. The idea of taking something that was once standing and turning it into something useful that we can make art out of. This was the first thing we made out of it. It's sort of hokey thing. We actually made two. So while we made this one, we made a duplicate at the same time. This was made directly in the forest where we milled the timber. And the duplicate was made in parts, and then it was taken to Venice and put up kind of like a spore of this one. So they were almost like linked time machines or portals from Venice back to this forest in Wales. Material could be something you see in a newspaper as well. This text actually is written by curator, friend of ours, Gavin Wade. This was the second thing, I guess, we made out of the timber from the forest. It's called Black Cloud. It was in Bristol. This is, I guess, the situation where, in terms of having a social practice or situated practice, and working, I guess we'd say we use social sculpture. So we sculpt these situations of people. But sometimes, and there's also like physical sculptural objects as well. And these two things kind of move across each other. So in some situations, the work may be almost entirely social sculpture. You know, maybe there's never ever becomes the need for us to sort of manifest anything physical within that situation. Maybe the work ends with the participants manifesting their own work or their own dance class. But equally, sometimes the physical comes first. You know, in this situation, this pavilion was really landed in the middle of Bristol, within a community, and it was about questioning it was about resilience for future change, and how as a community, psychological resilience or psychological preparedness was an important aspect to that. It was fabricated locally, we fabricated it locally, and then it was raised as part of a barn raising. So the barn raising is a community barn raising. So that was the first time it's sort of been present within the community. And then it was there, you know, it's this huge, big, black, kind of ugly, weird thing, you know, and it was about, you know, generating discussion. And also, it has an openness in terms of function. So we tend to try and step back, and what we're looking for is to allow, is to have this openness of authorship in terms of how these things are used. So we may instigate like one or two little activities. We'll do one or two things which just create like an invitation or the idea that something could happen here, and then allow people to find their own uses for it. In this situation, I guess here, we think a lot about, I guess one of our creative strategies is just really simple ideas of folds and pleating and repetition. In most of our works, you'll see they're mainly just a fold, or they're just a repeated action, the physical works. And also, I guess, a lot of our thinking is just repeated actions. This piece of work here, is a piece in Milton Keynes, which is a new city in the UK. It was built, I don't know, 70s, 60s. And this is the small cave, really. You know, this is a piece that creates this odd urban cave of fallen bits of concrete, create this sort of little incidental shelter that looks out across a city park towards the countryside with its back to the city. Often we're creating spaces for people to gather, and often these spaces are we're trying to create spaces that allow for certain activities that aren't allowed for it otherwise in public space, you know, like teenagers really need to hang out and smoke weed somewhere. You know, why? You know, this is a piece of work for that, basically. We don't say that, but that's exactly what it's for. In this situation, this is a piece of work in Houston, and this is a piece that's it's a performance piece that lasts the duration of the show. There's two performers, and they they kind of act out this strange relationship within the gallery and then around the city as well, questioning uses of public space and permissions to use those spaces. This is the same piece here. Then this is a piece of work in Tasmania. Here, I guess we saw our material. What was our material there? There were two things, I guess. One was its sort of complex and quite dark history as an island, and the other was the communities that live there, and the sort of isolated nature of those communities in many ways. So we set up the piece of work was a puppet company that toured Tasmania for a couple of years, but the making of the work lasted 3 years. So we set up in a remote mining town and began making this work, which was like a traveling truck and trailer and the puppets to go with it. And we started with one guy. I guess the material was this one guy actually, and he was semi-retired from. He'd worked in the Navy and in the road building industry and in forestry as well, and he had retired for various sort of health reasons and mental health as well. But he was very handy, and we wanted to be sort of wanted to find a way back into life in a way. So we began with him, and we set up a workshop, and we very slowly began to make this work, and slowly people joined the workshop and began to work on the project as well. And then they began to bring their own projects into the workshop, and they bring their girlfriends and boyfriends and partners, and it began to grow into this quite active space. So we went very slowly. I mean, we could have sent this off and done this in a month, but we took 3 years to build this puppet company. And by the end of it, when it was set up on the road, it was the workshop in a sense that became the work. So that stayed established as a community workshop. Still runs today. We were able to use the sort of project itself as a catalyst, I guess, for something. We had a kind of purpose to come together around it, and the company itself travelled around in this very slow, kind of medieval, kind of troubadour kind of way, where they had no itinerary and they weren't ever promoted. Just their very, very slowness was promotion of it. So you would pass them on the road, they'd be encamped on the side of the road, and then 2 days later they'd come to your village, and then they'd set up unannounced, and they'd perform this sort of nighttime, dark, kind of mythic, horrible puppet shows. Parents are watching aghast. And then in the morning they're gone, is the idea. But they're only like 4 miles down the road, and they've set up there as well. So they're the uninvited stranger, that you kind of think are one thing, and they're kind of another thing. And I think that's kind of a lot of how I think about art making, I guess, as well. It's got to bring you in. It's got to have beauty, in a sense, but it also has to have this sort of dark underside to it. Puppetry. So we do use puppetry a lot in our practice. I haven't written a play for a couple of years, but they're able to talk about all sorts of things, I guess, that you can't talk about. As long as a puppet's saying it, it's okay. It can be kind of quite outrageous and talk about difficult issues. This is, we talk about materials, I guess. This is a performance for one of our puppet shows in Vancouver. These oyster shells from Vancouver Island. So we went over, we hired a truck, and we went to collect these oyster shells. The idea, I guess, is it's a midden. So, middens were, for some, actually in Tasmania, the only traces of this society that lived there, the historical societies, were these middens. They didn't build houses. They kind of roamed up and down the coast, but there were these thousands of these huge middens, which sort of traced, which charted human occupation for thousands and thousands of years. So in Vancouver, we wanted to build another midden for the puppet show, for this puppet show to happen. So we hired a truck and brought all these back, and then set it up. Only we were a little bit relaxed about cleaning these oyster shells. So it was 3 days until the show, and when the opening happened, it was punchy in there. It was really stinky. And then a week after I left, the curator was like, we're getting comments from flats, 5 stories up now. What do we do? I was like, I don't know, I'm in the UK, I don't know. Clean them again. So they cleaned them, and they bleached the whole lot and rebuilt it, and I think it helped. But the curator called me up actually a couple of years ago, and he said, we've just hired a van again, and I think it's the same van. I can still smell these oyster shells in this van. So I guess what we're talking about, material traces. There's something, in terms of that work, it became about this smell for some reason. It connected us in a way. This is a piece of work in Toronto. We did a piece of work down on the harbour front. We wanted to create something that, the idea of a cleaving, something you pass through from one part of the city to another. It's based on China Miéville's book, The City in the City. He's a science fiction writer. He's amazing. It'll blow your mind. And he writes in The City of City about these 2 cities existing on top of each other. Basically, you either live within this mindset or you live within this mindset, and you unsee the other city. But to pass from one city to the other, you pass through the city hall. When you exit it, you're within the other city. It's kind of a remarkable detective story. But with that in my mind, I was trying to find a material to make this cleaving from. And actually, it was quite a hard project, and we struggled a lot until we found this. The city have this tree graveyard where all the trees get taken, they get cleared from the city. So we cleared out the whole tree graveyard and put it in the centre of the city. It's this huge pile of timbers, huge timbers that you then pass through. So I guess that became our material, as well as this idea of a city divided by ideology more than a physical division. And then those timbers are then reused and brought into a gallery where we then hold this big dinner, this crazy big dinner. Other things, other physical material. This is a very early piece of work of ours. In the simplest sense, I guess we'd just milled that tree, and we were that was our approach. Is like when we approach a site, what is there to actually build with, And in this situation, it was just the ground itself. We found that this stuff here, this is good. You can squidge this up and you can roll it with straw from the field over here, and we could make cob, and then we can we can clear these saplings. We can make structure here that can operate as structurally and also as a scaffold to climb upon, to build it higher. Obviously, it went a bit wonky as we went up. So here you have a tower here, and then we have a hole here. So this is really nice, sort of zero-sum gain on it. And again, it's a piece of work an early piece of work that's allowed to change. I mean, a lot of our pieces, our outdoor pieces, become ruins in time. You know, in fact, I guess at this point we were thinking about our works as these sort of ruins from the future. Like they were works that you could see there was some sort of function to it, but you're not sure what. Something ceremonial, something happening there. But they are allowed to then just become ruins. So this slowly wears down into this sort of a hump and then into this sort of circle in itself. Let's find another one. We like the cave piece of work. You know, I like to make pieces of work that operate in the daytime, but also operate at nighttime as well, that create these alternative spaces, or spaces for alternative use as well. So this is a piece of work called Sleepers Awake. So it's this huge, it actually doesn't look so big there, but it's really big, lit balloon that went up, first of all it went up above Sittingbourne, this open green expanse in the Thames estuary that would illuminate what is a completely off-limits sort of zone normally and create it a daytime, like an artificial daytime there, that would again draw people to it. It was another unannounced project, so simply its presence going up at night, people would see it from their, you know, bedroom windows, and then come out and gather there at night time into this sort of strange, sort of eerie feeling. So it went up high in the air, this is it moored down. Another nighttime, daytime work. I guess this piece of work, it's a really ridiculous work, but it was, sit down, it's called Luna Park, and I guess we were really interested in this idea of, I think we were coming from that puppet show, that idea of the uninvited outsider coming and occupying or, you know, being in the place where you live, and creating an artwork that has these sort of broad shoulders that can take anything really that people want to sort of throw at it. And then it'll go and disappear, and maybe it'll just take that away with it. You know, it could sort of be a sponge for all that anger. At least that's what we were kind of thinking of with this work. So it was, you could visit it in the day, and then it also lit up at night. So this is in Portsmouth. So, but what we hadn't counted on really was it became very, very popular. It became really popular, and it became like the new emblem for the city. It was this sort of mad experience, but it was only temporary. But then on the last day, it got burnt down. It was attacked and it was burnt down. It was quite beautiful in its destruction, and in many ways that became a very powerful piece because of that. I think, you know, in terms of how it then, instead of this piece of work that was dropped on them and then disappeared, it became much more questioning about like who they were as a city, why this might happen, and as an artwork itself, it kind of lived on much more powerfully through that myth itself. If we're talking about material and matters, this is another piece of work that was really landed on a place, and we kind of went through a phase of doing these pieces. I think we work quite differently now. It was called Day of the Barricades. So it was a piece of work in Wellington in New Zealand. We were making these kind of one-day works where something would be there, appear overnight, and it would be there, and then the next day it would be gone. So we spent a few months in Wellington sourcing all these things from around the city, like basically identifying where they all were, sort of collecting them together in these little hordes, or visiting various scrap yards or different industries and seeing what they had, like what was the material of the city, like what existed there. And then on the day before this installation and the night, we then went out, many vehicles, and then gathered all this stuff together and made this barricade across the main city street. So it barricades the railway station from the downtown. And so when people came the next morning, their main street is barricaded with basically the stuff of the city itself. With we're keen for these things to have no explanation, I guess, nothing to tell you why these things happened. I mean, this kind of looked quite filmic, I guess, but there's nothing to say what that was. And it's annoying as well. Like, you want to go to work. Yes, some people might try to climb it, or some, just stare at it, or whatever. And then that night, night fell, and then everything got taken and got put back where we'd got it all from. So the vans got put back in the vineyard, and things got taken back to the tip, or lots of industry recycling bundles were used, and lots of bits, different things that got taken back to these different businesses where they'd come from. So this idea of just the flow of things being sucked, I guess, from one place into this central point, some sort of record of kind of who they were, and then pushed back out again. This was a version, actually, of that piece of work we saw built in the wood. This is the one that went to Venice. And then it came back and got built as within a gallery as the new office space for a gallery. We're really keen, I guess, on these big works, like that they have more than one life. And more so now, I think we think about it in a slightly different way. Previously, I guess we'd make works and then they'd come back to us, and then we'd try to sort of use them again in some sort of format. Now I think we won't make a work unless we have a future for it. We understand what's going to happen to those materials. Either those materials will just fall into the ground, or they'll be distributed around a city to become other things. In this situation, it was set up as this is Gavin. So this is Gavin, the guy who's written the text, actually. But part of it was that it got installed with this bird, this myna bird. And it was Gavin's job to teach the myna bird this script for a performance we then did at the gallery. He didn't learn it. This is a piece of work in Bochum in Germany. This is the model for it. And this is, I saw a different bit of images. And then this is the end work. So this is a piece of work, I guess, about more about an idea of a place as the material. So in Bochum they used to have a General Motors factory making Opels, I think, type of car. And that had recently closed. Rather, it had been chosen as the one factory out of a whole series of General Motors factories that was going to be closed. That they were seen as the least efficient out of all of them, and it was such a big part of the city that it was quite a shock, and it was quite like a wound, I guess, a psychological wound on the city. That they'd been chosen as the ones to close the plant. So. And there's this sort of idea of the outsider as well. So we're working with this idea of some sort of shame and of wound. So we made a performative donut stall around that, which plays out as a performance over 8 hours, which is repeated every day. So these are the two performers that play this sort of farcical, well, kind of absurdist play about power and control, but at the same time, serving donuts to the public as well. So again, there's this play of like not quite knowing what you're walking into as a member of the public. We saw Black Cloud earlier, and then we saw Gavin sat inside Pleasure Island, which was the piece of work that was first in our forest. And then this is two works, those two works rebuilt as one work. So it's sort of like a chimera of artworks smashed together to create a new work called Black Pleasure, which creates a new social space within their gallery as well. So maybe I'll just talk about one more, maybe two more. Quickly. This is another piece in Vancouver, and here I guess the material is just timber. I mean, they have, like, on their beaches, it's timber and the idea, I guess, of the modern city. So, you know, Vancouver's this sort of very modern city that's growing up incredibly quickly. So we wanted to talk about sort of the grid of the modern city, the sort of restricted nature of that, and the idea of breaking that in some sort of way. And to do that, we used the timbers that are washed up on the shores of the beaches there, all around Vancouver, from all the huge industrial logging that happens. And they float all the logs out to sea. And part of that process, so many of these logs just escape from that, and they're left on the beaches. So we got permission from the city to gather these logs and mill them into this structure that is at one point the modernist grid, suggests the building, but it also is falling apart whilst held by this sort of parasitic architecture of props and supports inside it that hold it just at this moment before it falls. So these walls are leaning out, they're 4 stories high, over the footpaths as you walk past it. And it's a space you can enter into. Those are the works. We should leave a little time for a couple of questions. Oh, here we are. We could just end on this one. It's nice. So this is the picture. I guess this is the picture. I guess that was used for this talk. We use this is actually a performance for another piece of work called Mother, but it's another thatched piece of work. Mother is out in the fens, and that was a piece of work about, I guess we're reading a book about mental health and nature's ability to help connect us, or that connection back to nature as a healing process. In this work called Silence, want to just maybe end on. It's a piece at Yorkshire Sculpture Park. And this is a space you can, I think, you showed a picture, Andy, of the inside of it. It's this idea of series of circles that take you into this central space where silence exists. You need to be silent inside it. It's built around and through these trees. This is sort of glade of birch trees that the work's built, kind of holds, and it's held by these trees. So you enter in the work, you enter into the outside, and then you come through this passageway into this sort of central space as well. So the work's made to fall apart very slowly. I talked at the beginning about this sort of imposition and kind of ego of these really permanent works. And I think that comes from Yorkshire Sculpture Park as you walk around it. It's a classic British stately home landscape. It has that sort of serpentine lake, it's capability brown kind of thing going on. Like nothing you see is natural there. That lake, it was, took decades of men with shovels, to make something that looked natural. And so the work sits beside that lake. So that idea of this sort of artificial, natural beauty that it's sitting within. Meanwhile, there's sculptures around the park that are kept in this sort of perfect, permanent state. So we wanted to make a piece of work that spoke about nature, helped us directly connect back to nature through the work itself, but also had an allowance for itself just to sort of fall back in, or rather to allow nature to author it in some sort of way. I've never said that before. It's kind of, maybe that's what something about that. So, it's made out of a kind of a hierarchy of material. So gradually, bits of it would fall down, and our imaginings of it would become overgrown, and then the roof starts to fall in, and then those things start to decay. Things grow out of that, and then the wall slats go, and then the vertical timbers go, and then this base that you see here starts to round off here. So this is just quickly, if we can end on some material chat here. So the top is heather. This is a heather thatch. So we're in Yorkshire, so there's the North York moors, the heather moors, and they're cleared. They create these sort of breaks in them to stop fire spreading across them. And interestingly, the farmer, so I was working with, there's one farmer that does that work. And what he does with the heather, the market he sells it into is, he sells it to Saudi Arabia. That goes into the lofts of chicken sheds, industrial chicken sheds, to filter out the smell from the chickens. So they pass the air of the chicken through. So this is heather from Yorkshire going to Saudi Arabia to stop chicken smells. So it was nice. It was nice to take some of that and take it just 10 miles down the road and put it onto this work. Inside, there's the way you thatch traditionally with heather is that you have a turf underlay. So you take grass, you cut it into these sort of turf sods, and then you turn it upside down and lay that grass down. So there's a really nice effect of grass coming down through the roof. All this timber is from this is from our forest. So this is milled from windblown timber in our wood. It's all put together with no nails or anything. It's just tied. All this is just tied with twine that will slow decay. And then this sort of bottom layer here, this is made from just the soil, but the soil that's been excavated to make way for concrete around the park for foundations for permanent sculptures. So they have a yard full of this soil. So it's just a rammed earth bottom layer that creates that. So that's a silence, a work that made very physically out of material that deals, but I guess deals with the kind of the matter of it, is about temporality, and how we can make work, I guess, that changes and bends over time. Let's end there for now. Any questions from there? Well, thank you very much.
Yes, are there some questions or comments?
Just a practical question regarding the permission and for the construction. That how does it work with these works?
Permission for construction. All different ways, I guess. I mean, it depends who we're working with, what the commission is. So like if we're making a work in a sculpture park, that's easy. I mean, the permission, the park gives permission. Works we're making in the UK at the moment, normally we're commissioned. So often the commissioner is the landowner. In this situation, for example, this is in the centre of Munich. So our commissioners here are BIS. They're like the local, they're Munich's like a homeless charity that they have a magazine. So the vendors, the homeless clients become vendors of the magazine, and it gives them a way to operate in the world, but to stay in the position in the world that they feel comfortable in. So we got asked to create a piece. I've just moved on to another piece of work, but for example, permission. They gave us a range of sites across Munich we might want to work, and in the end we decided we didn't want to work in any of those. We wanted to work here, which is the centre of sort of power and wealth in the city. We wanted to make a piece of work that kind of effaced this statue, symbol of power. This is Maximilian, King of Bavaria, but also sort of played with this idea of sort of wrapping him up like a gift in a way. And we wanted to put a pavilion here that could then be used for a series of talks and open soup lunches and celebratory kind of singing events as well. So a piece of work that really questioned who owns public space, and so we asked BIS if they can get permission to do it here. So it was the charity themselves that then went and found permission from the city to do this. So there's a balance there in terms of what you're proposing, how you talk about it, in terms of getting permission, and the intentions of it. So I guess what I'm talking about in terms of the work having two faces. It has, it is a beautiful. It was a lovely gift to the city, but it also talked about hard questions. And I think that's what all art needs to do. It has to be a gift. It has to have beauty in it. It has to be generous, I think, as well. But it shouldn't just all be wrapping. It has to then draw us into that kind of weird heart of it, the sort of complex, messy bit. That often we're all too careful and too keen to tidy away. So permissions. That's a complicated question. There's loads of different ways. Like we just work across so many different sites, different ways.
Hello, thank you very much for this morning. I would have a question. You spoke about the ruins, future ruins. It made me think of Isozaki Arata's work with the ruins of Hiroshima. I don't know if you know this work. It's like constructions of massive buildings out of the ruins of Hiroshima.
Wow.
So Isozaki Arata, the great Japanese architect. But it's a collage. It's not a realization. So I was thinking, how do you your work is impressive and it's also massive. It has a size. There's a monumental dimension of this kind of work. And at the same time, we understand clearly that all works are contextualized within some care towards the material, recycling, context responsive work, etc. But I'm curious, how do you articulate the monumental aspect of the works within this ecological thinking in terms of tracing the landscape with a clear, impressive, massive, monumental human gesture? Are you articulating it somewhere? Is it even interesting to talk about this? Thank you.
Thank you. Am I articulating it in the work itself, embodied within the work? I think in our more recent works, yes. I think in silence, I think that talks much more. This piece, I think that talks much more about it. That's all it is about. Is about material flows and ideas within it. As we sort of move towards silence in other works, and I just kind of should really say, in any kind of presentation like this, I guess what you end up showing often is like big works or physical works. But I think I said at the beginning, our work's it's much more of a social practice that has things in it that helps that. So it's more about, we're only making physical things to help with this idea of connection between people. and connection between ideas within these groups of people. And, you know, I mean, I mentioned earlier, sometimes there's no work, no physical work with that. And it just becomes, you know, the story of that activity, which maybe I haven't kind of talked enough about in this bit here. But then sometimes a big work is kind of, a big thing is sort of a powerful moment for these things to then come together around. So just a caveat, it's not all just big things like that. In terms of material flows from works, as they move through situations, yeah, I think if I'm understanding right, all the works now, they all move into other futures. They have other futures to them. I'm trying to find a piece. This piece of work. So we got, it's, you know, it just came from something that's waste, a piece, you know, they're waste trees. They're not going to go back into the logging industry. And it got made into this. You know, the process itself lasted 6 months, and we ran it as a training program actually for a series of young people who then moved into construction industry. And then afterwards, it was then made available to the city. And really gallingly, I went, like a few years later, I went for an interview for a commission in Seattle, for a really big commission, and met another artist there who was proposing for it, and he won it, but he won it based on a piece of work that he had made out of this piece of work. He'd made a boat out of it. So it's wonderful, you know, these things. You see traces of these works in other works and in other situations, and they're reused again and again. They kind of become ruins of ruins of ruins, I guess. That doesn't quite answer your question, I know. Yeah, there's one here.
So. Hi, thanks for your talk. I have while you were talking the second part there, I was reminded of Dave Hickey's essay about pirates and farmers. Mm-hmm. So he kind of, he said that everybody's either a pirate or a farmer. Mm-hmm. So you're either kind of breaking down walls, mm-hmm. Or you're kind of building stuff up. And I was also thinking about how in your practice there seems to be a joy in the trickster element of the art, mm-hmm. or of like the uninvited guest. Mm. So I kind of wondered where you feel like you might situate yourself in relationship to this idea of a farmer as the practice. In relation to the farmer, I don't know whether I can answer that. I know I'm not a farmer, I think is the point. I think this is what I'm trying to say, is that artists don't need to be farmers, but they need farmers, I think is the point. That I don't know, I can't quite answer that maybe. I'm not sure. Are you a pirate? Yeah, I don't know. Am I a pirate? So it's a funny question. It is a funny question. No, I think I'm an artist. Yeah, I guess the other... You know, like pirate comes with so many connotations as well. Extractivist, no? Yeah, I don't want to be, not quite either of those things. I think that situates a wrong dichotomy, but maybe a further question is, maybe you can talk a little bit more about how your work has changed over time. So it feels like, I've followed your work for quite a while. I think it feels like there's more of a community or community building element come throughout the production, I guess, maybe more of a farm or more of a kind of building of something. I see, farmer, yeah. I don't know, I just picked up on that from you. Yeah, no, you're really right. It's changed a lot, I think, over time. And I think sometimes some of the work that comes out kind of maybe feels quite similar. There are we've had some like returns to some sort of methodologies that we used early on. But yeah, I think it's grown from like a
sculptural practice into this sort of social practice that uses sculpture as a sort of tool within that. So yeah, everything we're making is towards that ideas of, as I said, like connection. Yeah, I think in terms of material flows, we're much more mindful of those. Well, we're only mindful of those things. And I was going to say something more on that. We used to think of our work as this side. We used to think much more about our work as we used to call our work escape vehicles. The idea that you would take you somewhere else. Like it's a sort of you would transcend to something. It's quite sci-fi notions of sort of what we were thinking about. But like our idea about what art was about taking you away, into a future. But it's changed now. We'd call our work now temples, I think. But they're temples of connection. But connection that is a kind of a grounded connection that takes you down into the earth. So in terms of how we conceive of what our art is or what art should be doing, it shouldn't be something that's taking you to some impossible future. The idea of utopia, I guess, is totally past its sell-by date. It doesn't work. Utopia, you never reach utopia. This is a really nice term, protopia, which is living in the act of bettering the present. And I guess that's kind of where we are in terms of what we can do with our work and what art can do as well. The idea of bettering the present.
Okay, thank you very much, Ivan. Big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
So I would like to keep to the timetable. We're going to have a coffee break now. But I do want to say that we've invited Ivan and Heather to come to KuvA as visiting professors over the next 2 years. So there is going to be time for everybody here who's interested to also get to know Ivan and Heather's practice. And we will see what comes out of that.
Great.
Because it's a work in process. Anyway, please enjoy coffee, and hopefully I still have some more pulla hidden, so I can add some more there. So grab coffee and pulla if you haven't had. And we start at 11:30 here with Ulla and Inka, Chris and Alla will be talking before lunch. So welcome back.
Great. Thanks.
science and the artist and how that works. I think we even talked about all that's basically.
Yes, actually.
Okay, well, thank you very much for everyone being so perfectly on time. We're actually ahead of schedule. So if you're coming in, please grab a seat. And we'll move on to the sort of second part of the morning's events. And as you know, we have 4 more presentations before lunch, all artists, researchers working with these type of, maybe I say natural materials, but anyway, different materials, and also different techniques, ways of looking at material. So, very pleased to welcome Ulla Phillips here, and over to you. Okay.
Thank you. Hi, so my name is Ulla Phillips. I'm artist and entrepreneur. And my background is that I have done my bachelor's degree in ceramic design, and about a year ago I finished my studies in earth building. I have also done some graphic design and illustration work. At the moment I'm concentrating on wall art, and my material is unfired clay mixed with sand and fibers and natural pigments. And during my studies in earth building, I discovered these kind of traditional clay plasters, which are wall coating materials. And for the past couple of years, I have been developing new ways to use these clay plasters in wall art. When the recipe is right, dry clay plaster surface can be very hard and durable. However, clay plasters harden through physical changes, not by any chemical reactions like concrete. And when concrete hardens permanently, dry clay plaster can regain its plasticity when water is added into it. And because of this, my clay plaster art is only for interior walls, because it can't take direct rainwater. And why this material? I'm searching for more sustainable ways to create public wall art. And I think that we should consider clay plasters as an alternative material, for example, for wall pieces usually made of ceramics or concrete with serious carbon footprint. Second reason for choosing this kind of more ecological material is just pure laziness. I like doing things the easy way and not to use too much time, for example, for recycling. I create very little waste material and even less problem waste, because my material is basically earth. So, what is clay plaster and how is it used? And there are these 4 basic ingredients in traditional clay plaster. There is clay, water, sand and fibers. You can dig your own clay from the ground. We have lots of good quality clay here in Finland, thanks to Ice Age. Or you can buy clay powders and other ingredients, or you can even buy ready-made clay plasters. And in this picture, there are these kind of wonderful colored clays from northern Finland. These are natural colors straight from the ground, and this is something quite special that normally in Finland we have this typical gray clay. And the wall on the background, that's clay plastered and with this kind of typical Finnish gray clay. In clay plaster, all the ingredients have their own functions. Clay mixed with water is the glue, and then sand is the skeleton, and fibers, well, they are the filament giving flexibility, green strength, and tensile strength. And then if you are not happy with the color, or if you want colors other than the color of the sand and the clay itself, you can always add pigments. And if you want more stickiness into your plaster, you can add cellulose. In Finland, in the old times, it was typical to make clay plasters with just clay and natural fibers, leaving the sand out. And this clay plastering is about a couple of 100 years old. And people have used clay always all over the world for building huts and houses. And using clay as building material was this kind of common knowledge, and adding sand and fibers into it prevented the structure from cracking and breaking into pieces. When we talk about earth building in general, it contains a wide range of different kinds of mixes and methods of using unfired clay mixed with other natural ingredients. But in this presentation, we are concentrating only on clay plasters, which is just a coating material, or not just a wonderful coating material. Clay plasters are usually spread on the wall surface in several layers. You can leave the plastering really thin, or you can add several layers and create thickness of several centimeters. And in my own work, I always work with layers and different colored layers, and then I use different kind of carving techniques like sgraffito. Then about benefits using clay plasters as this kind of coating material, how it was in the old times. It worked as insulation, also windproof, even fireproof. It worked as humidity regulator. It's a breathable material, and it was also a filler. And in this picture, you can see how the wall has been plastered with clay plaster and then painted red. And then at some point later, it has been also wallpapered. So many layers of history in the same wall. But then, like many times, modern innovations replace the old materials and techniques. I think that clay plasters, they were never really found to be somehow unfit, but people wanted something new, people wanted straighter walls. And especially after the war in Finland, building material industry with all this kind of new wallboard materials started to grow big, and most of these clay plastered walls, they were taken down or covered with these kind of new materials. Then clay plastering today, I would say that all these benefits with using clay plasters haven't really disappeared, and the need for those benefits is even greater because many are suffering from poor indoor air, and also the carbon footprint in house building industry should be reduced. Then finally, something about my wall art with these clay plasters. When I stepped into a clay plastered room for the first time, I was like, wow, what is this? And I believe that we are touched with something very special and on quite a primitive level when the room space around us is made with only natural materials. It wasn't that long time ago when our everyday life wasn't this separated from nature and replaced with industrially processed materials. And for me, this kind of change has happened only in one generation. This world is very different compared to the world my parents were born into in rural Finland in the late 1930s. I think that what is seen now ecological and sustainable used to be just practical. People were using nearby materials and creating zero waste. And I think that we have forgotten practicality. When I tested clay plasters for the first time immediately I realized that this would be a great material for also creating wall art, even big size, also reliefs, and turning room spaces into sculptures, using walls as this kind of large canvases for clay illustrations. In my upstairs studio, I have these kind of test walls, and I'm trying different kinds of techniques. And here, a couple of pictures of last summer. I was invited at Natural Building Festival in Mooste, Estonia, and I gave workshops there. And then I created this wall piece named Falling. The pieces are made beforehand, and the base material is wood fiber board, and on top of that, different kinds of clay plasters. And this was glued on the wall. The wall is also clay plastered, and these pieces are glued with only clay plaster, no other glues. And something about the benefits of using clay plasters in wall art. Well, of course, the same benefits as earlier mentioned. At least I would like to think that this kind of large wall piece made with clay plasters could also help, for example, with the room acoustics, or making the indoor air better, or work as a humidity regulator. But on top of those, I think, well, there's a spelling mistake, specific, well, the whole concept of the art piece might be different if you are using these kind of materials, which are very site-specific. For example, using clay or sand that was dug from a specific place, or if you are collecting, or if just collecting these ingredients is already part of the whole art performance. And then technical advantages, I could go on and on about this, but we don't have that time. I love clay plasters as material because they are giving you plenty of time to work with the surface. You can let it dry and wet it again, and it doesn't crack. You can always go back and forth and change your mind. You can add layers and remove them, and you can scrape and carve and draw and add some more. And then I think that material-based art is giving you more time to think. For me, the whole process is very special since I start my wall piece from the scratch, and I think that I never have the fear of a blank page, because I never have a blank page, because I always start with creating the page itself. And I also spend a lot of time finding and inventing good tools and techniques and making material tests. This is giving me some kind of backdoor into being creative without fear. And then some advertisement. If you want to see lots of clay plastering in the middle of Helsinki, go to Kiasma Contemporary Art Museum. There is Dineos Raisipe pop-up exhibition at the moment, and actually my job was to carry out these wall plasterings for her, so I was working for her. It was really interesting project, and now you have this great chance to see lots of clay plastered surfaces. Then, what does the choice of material in public art mean to me? It might be that the carbon footprint of public wall art doesn't have a huge impact on our planet, but I do think that public art has a loud voice, and the choice of material has a loud voice, and it should be used. And then I think that we should also consider how everlasting art should be. What do we want to leave behind? Should we change our thinking and see it as success and as something desirable if we as artists wouldn't leave behind objects that will one day turn into problem waste, but instead of that could easily be returned back into the cycle, back into our soil. And then, as an artist and as a human being, I would be very happy if one day in the future there would be absolutely nothing left from me, no leftovers, no marks no signs of my existence. I wish it will be like I had never even been here. Never. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one quick question, if anyone wants to ask. I think that was what I think was really nice was how you have connected well with many of the themes that Ivan was also bringing up. So.
Accidentally. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yes.
When you're plastering with clay, is it like plastering with? When you're plastering with clay, a wall, is it like plastering with modern plaster? Do you put it on like that, or is it of a much more?
It is about the same thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, I haven't been plastering with other materials, I have to say, but we are using the same kind of tools and the techniques are the same.
Trowel it on. And
yeah, exactly, yeah.
So,
yeah.
So it's totally transferable into sort of modern homes as a
yeah,
finish.
yeah. It is done nowadays too, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. And then actually I have some samples there on by the back wall. If you want to, you can touch, you are allowed to touch them. There are different kinds of surfaces of clay plaster. And there are many options with this what kind of sealing material you use on the plaster too. But that would be another subject. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I will just mention that how I got interested in this clay plasters or savirappos as in Finland is that a few years ago we bought old hirsitalo and found some walls that had this savirappos, and I was amazed, and then we started investigating how to repair these walls, and luckily it turned out there is a neighbor of, well, Frank Brumo, he's not here today, but his neighbor is one of the sort of maybe leading experts in this in Finland, and that's how I got in touch with Ulla as well. But she missed one ingredient, which is horseshit, which you need in this.
True. Yeah.
Anyway, please, have a look at lunchtime at all the samples, and also there is during the lunch. But I'll mention that again. Chris will also be demonstrating some materials at the back. But next up, we have Inka.
No niin. But we have to take the first picture. This is not the first one. Okay. Hello, my name is Inka Nieminen. Thank you for inviting me, Andy. And I'm talking about natural materials as artistic content. And first I tell something about my background, and then we go to my works. I am a sculpture artist, but I also work with the sound and video and painting and drawing. And I come originally from Hailuoto, which is an island in the Botnian Sea in northern Finland. And these images are from Hailuoto. It is like 10 kilometers from the continent, and it's 30 kilometers long, so it's quite big island. And it's sand-based, but there is also forests and lakes and meadows and fields. I work and live in Hailuoto part of the year, and also live here in Helsinki. The ideas for my works come from the experiences in nature since childhood, and also from the changes that I have seen during my lifetime. I collect almost all my materials to my works from Hailuoto, like wood materials from the coastal forests and tree trunks with the natural shapes, and also I use some agricultural leftover materials like sheep wool. And these images are almost from the same as the previous one, but from the perception from the sea. On the left, there is a picture of very old clay forms underwater, which may have formed already 2 ice ages ago between Finland and Sweden in the Botnian Sea. And the other one is a seabed shaped by the waves. In my artistic practice, I am interested in effects of time in sculptures made by natural materials. Also, I like that my studio is like a laboratory where I can experiment and develop always something new, and play with materials and try to find some new way to work. And in working with clay, the effects of time comes visible very soon. And also working time and artist presence is visible through the handprints. And that's interesting. These changes that happens fast and in a period of longer time. And here, my works in the exhibition called Sea Changes in Oulu Art Museum 2020. These works are made of unfired clay, sheep wool, and wood, and tree roots, and found objects. Here I developed a way to represent the effects of time in clay, and also found some objects patinated for years on the seashore. Yes, then next one. Again, some works from the same exhibition in Oulu Art Museum. These works are also made by unfired clay. I made the whole huge exhibition with this almost same technique, and here you can see the left one there. It is unfired, but it is partly fired also. I fired with the wood in a fireplace indoor. So there is different kind of effects of time. There is this unfired, that there can be also there is ongoing process, and the effects can change, and the cracking can change, of course, but there is partly, it's kind of end of the process, it's fired, and that's interesting for me. And this one is quite big one on the left side, and on the right side is like 160 and 110 maybe the measurements. And they are quite thick. I was playing with the thickness quite a lot to find that kind of cracking that I wanted to have, and I was working with the cracking thing quite long period until that I find it that it works like I want to. And I was also using lamb wool as a binder inside the clay. I kind of felt it in the wool that it keeps it on the wall also, so it won't fall down, even it's quite thick. And next piece, the name of the piece is This I Say is the Present Moment, and it's unfired porcelain clay and some sea salt and paper pulp, tree roots, chicken wire inside, and abandoned anthill and lead light. It's quite huge, 2 meters or almost 2 and 3 meters, and heavy also. It was quite a work to transport it. And here comes to the works that I'm also working with lightning, light and darkness. And then when I'm working with darkness, I have started to use the black lamb wool. Highwater black is the name of the wool, named by me. And this is the name of the piece is Silence Closes Behind Us. The wool sheet is like 25 square meters, and there is a nice ship smell also. I washed the wool, of course, before the exhibition, but it was quite a lot of work. The wool comes from our farm. We have a sheep farm in Hylot, and it was huge work also to dry it, because it's wet. It takes time, but it was very nice summer, so black wool dries quite fast. But in winter time, it's not possible. And then I was working with the lighting also, and about the acoustic softness. Sitten the piece called Black Sheep, and hereby it is quite old piece. It's made 2001 with the forehead lamps, and there is again one picture from Hailuoto, and we come with this picture to the wooden works. A Night in the Forest is name of the piece. I often use quite thin tree trunks whose scale and natural form compared to the human body and other species as well. And then we go to the next one. The name of the piece is Time Running, and there is this is the first piece I've started to work with, also with the sound and the movement on the piece, and there is a wooden sculpture, and on the piece there is a video and sound, and we can now have it here. That one. No niin. Laitatko se sen takaisin? Joo, so the sound comes originally from those same tree trunks when they are knocking to each other. So kind of the sound belongs to the material as well. And there is another piece called Glide, and it's now on the Emma Art Museum that it's possible to see it there, and it's like 6 meters long, and wood, video and sound also. And here we come to the works I've been working this year, and some reference pictures from about ice. This is new ice and old ice from the fall and from the spring. And then here are some pieces called Sula Molten. Works are made by linden and willow wood and beeswax mixed with oil color melted onto the wooden surface. And the action when I've been working, I've been using very sharp tools to get the kind of the traces kind of melted like. And yes, the color is like reflecting the sky and using almost only blue colors. Yeah. Here comes the last piece. The name of the piece is Float. It's wood and oil color, wood as a floating material. And sustainability has been always the guiding line to my practice, and it is still, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Inga. Really nice to see. I just had a quick question that was the piece Silence Will Close Behind Us. Were you thinking about Anish Kapoor when you did that? Like he copyrighted this black color and it also the triangle, like this wedge in the corner somehow reminds of some of his wax pieces. If you
No, at all.
It's like a nice twist.
Yes, but I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking about just that I wanted to have a huge piece of it, and it was first going to be kind of some kind of house or something, but it was a corona time, so I didn't want to make that kind of. People didn't want to go some place that somebody else have been there, so that's why it was in the end this kind of sheet.
Yeah.
Or plate.
Yeah. No, but it looks very interesting, and interesting this tie-in with the smell again from Ivan's oysters and the sheep. That we often forget that there are these intrinsic, smells that come with materials.
Yes.
We're so used to treating them visually.
Yes, and you using some other senses, not just the sight, and in the darkness, the materials are changing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and next up is Pris Niinikoski. And please remember that in the lunch break, Pris will also be demonstrating some techniques and materials at the back.
So, thank you for having me here. My name is Pris Niinikoski. I'm currently studying my master's degree here in the sculpture department. I have my background in fashion and textiles, but today I will be presenting a bit of my thoughts and relationship on materials and textiles, and how this kind of textile thinking goes beyond the soft surfaces. So here I made a quick sketch to illustrate the workflow, how matter becomes structure. So in this case, maybe it's a textile. So you start with the raw material, the kind of ingredients, which goes through some kind of process, kind of a transformation. And I guess in the context of soft materials like textiles, we would think of spinning and making, so cordages, ropes, yarns that have been manipulated into a continuous element that can be afterwards structured through weaving, knotting, looping into a surface. So in principle, textiles are materials that have one or several continuous elements interlaced together. Let's see. So why I have been interested in spinning and hand manipulation processes in my practice is the fact that you can transform almost everything to a usable material. For example, I've been working on projects recently where I've been gathering fibers from the nature or then repurposing fibers like fishing nets or old textiles into new material. Like in the first one, you can see a twining technique that I've been manipulating by hand, and the second one is spinning, where I have a spinning wheel assisting me in the process. And lastly, there is coiling, which is a technique that you can use to create more a three-dimensional structure. So when it comes to processing material, especially in this case, there's different ways of organizing it into a continuous element. Well, I like to use a lot of twisting, So making cordages, then possibly also retwisting them again into rope, adding plies, and using different directions in the spin, which are called S and Z. So you lock the material together and make it more durable, but also you can make more thicker materials that you can work with. I've been working, for example, with paper, which when you have a sheet of paper like this, it's quite fragile. You can break it quite easily, but when you add a twist on it, it becomes more durable and you can actually hold more structures and force in it. On the picture here, I like to also experiment a lot with materials when I'm having walks in the forest or by the water where you can find haze. And sometimes you can find these kind of hidden knowledges in materials that you haven't conventionally thought of using in textiles. Well, I did a residency a few summers ago in the Netherlands, where I met this master basket maker, Esme Hoffman, and I did a workshop with her, and kind of the most important takeaway from there was that she made me realize that textiles are actually much broader than just the soft materials that I have been working with. So we can think of like weaving baskets, or in this case, in the scale, it can be a building, or it could be a braiding, basically anything. So for me, especially in the artistic practice, I think a lot about the relationship of the scale, material, and technique, and how when you're changing these factors, how they affect each other, and how then when you form the material into your piece, it changes also the quality of it. Here I have some pictures from my research. So these similar kind of structures can be found in very different places. So you have like wire fences, old netting from like Danish tombs, a crochet sample, ropes with the boats, or even glass used for these kind of spatial structures. And I think the material really affects the quality and the function of the piece, also the aesthetics, and also the things these objects and structures communicate in the world. So here we have some pictures of my process. So for me, really, why I like to use textiles in my working medium is because I find them as a way of measuring. So measuring space, or measuring time, measuring moments, since they hold a lot of information. I find that when working with these kind of manual processes, you really document these kind of risks that you're taking. So when you're using your hands or handheld tools, there's always this like risk element happening. You create these imperfections or differences in the material, and also there are lots affected from your emotions or concentration in that moment. So in that case, like the embodiment is really much part of the surface you create, and it brings this expression and vibrancy into it. But also, I like to see my works as like documents. So they are documents of knowledge, as it is a technique that you can as well read. For example, I learned crocheting from my grandmother when I was like 5 years old, and I continued furthermore in my primary school learning it independently, because obviously I was not so skilled, but I was very intrigued in the technique, and I was learning it mainly from books through these kind of notations and codes that I had to learn to read. And I think after a while, obviously my first attempts when I was trying to translate these languages was not so good. But after a while I found myself in a position that I didn't need to use these kind of guidances anymore. So my process was quite fluent and more intuitive. And in that point it became also more sculptural, because I could feel when I had to make increases or decreases and see how the material morphs in front of me. So here I have pictures from few projects that I've made. The first one is a collaboration I did with Pohjois-Karjala. So it's a part of Finland next to the eastern border. I was doing a residency there, and I was asked to find a material from the location. And we were staying at the Hakoniemi estate, and they had some old fishing nets that were not anymore in use. And I decided to transform them into the ropes and furthermore coil them into a wearable object. I still wanted to keep this kind of notion of the history of the material in the form and the shape, and also bring this kind of, because this project took me 1 month to make, through the whole processing and also doing the coiling. And I think it's something that, as like an artist, you can think about when you're making these objects, that how much time you put into them, and also that these are not realistically reproducible industrially. On the middle, I have a project I did in the Netherlands. It's an artistic research project where I met Esme Hoffman, but I also met a master spinner Olga Voss, and I took part in a flax harvest organized by the Linen Project, which is a collective of artists and designers who grow flax biodynamically. So I was really learning these different qualities, how to manipulate the material, and I started to also, then I was thinking a lot critically about tradition and how it should be preserved today, because there's always this risk of becoming quite conservative and stuck in it. So I kind of wanted to keep the elements pretty simple and concentrate in the kind of expressive part, what these kind of simple techniques can bring. So here again I was using the twining to create the ropes, and I used the old Asian technique from Egypt called needle binding, which is basically rows of loops, and it's used still today with some fenders for boats, for example. The last picture is from my studies in the fashion department in Antwerp. I was doing a collection of wearable objects, and this especially is called basket coats. Here I made very
geometrical and precise patterns that I wanted to produce through a material that is quite irregular. So I was using raffia as my main material, and raffia comes as like 1 meter long strands. So I had to knot the material first and prepare it before I could crochet it into the piece. But also it was kind of an experimentation to see what happens to the form when you bring this material that has its own personality. And as you can see, it becomes more vibrant and less precise as it would have been intended. I wanted to still show some process pictures. So the upper row is the project from Pohjois-Karjala. So we can see there's the fishing nets becoming into a rope that I produced with then into the piece with the coiling technique. So I had to actually take apart these nets and draft them already into some kind of continuous thing. And then on the bottom, I have a more recent project I did for the Dutch Design Week. So it was a research project on how to make rose stem fiber from leftover flowers that I collected from different flower shops and supermarkets. So basically post-consumer waste. And I extracted this translucent layer, which furthermore was twined into cordage, and then I made this experimental lace piece for the presentation. And I would like to end this presentation with, again, an illustration. To sum up why I'm more fascinated about these textiles that involve this one single continuous element, so looping or knitting or crocheting, because you have always the possibility of unraveling back to the ball of the material, or in case if you make a mistake, you can always trace yourself back and restart over. And I think this gives you a really nice way of also sculpting through these techniques, because you can always make something new from the piece that you already made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pris. Beautiful presentation. And please remember to come talk to Pris during the lunch break if you want to get more info. And next up we have Alla.
Thank you. So I'm Ala Nyman. I'm here studying in sculpture department and graduating this Friday from the bachelor. Yeah. And today I will present our shared practice that we have with Tuomas Lehtomaa, who could not make it here today since he's in Vienna doing his exchange studies there. But I will start by reading a text that Tuomas sent me and sharing some pictures from our previous working. And we had this exhibition in Muttari Gallery last May, so I will present that first, and then I will continue by sharing the installation that we have now built for the research days that is in the lobby outside. So this is Tuomaks's text.
We started working together some time ago after a meeting in a seminar and realized we have similar interests in things that are related to everyday materials and mundane things. At first, I think it was more about us sharing things or happenings in life we thought were funny or interesting in some sort of sculptural or material way. Both of us have an interest, I feel, in these coincidental moments where there is a sense of energy or life in the things around us, and for me that is also a big part of this shared practice. Also, a big part of working together is about sharing a sense of humor, and for me it's what I find most great about working together. Sharing the work also kind of loosens up the sense of ownership of the work, and I find it enjoyable to have this feeling that you are not really in control of many things you would be when working alone. And this is a picture of an exploded can in a freezer, which maybe sums up our practice. So here are some pictures of our tests and first proper shared things we started doing together last winter. We played with water, dissolving things, getting tainted, colored, melting, traveling through other materials and so on. Also we tested crystallized sugar. We work mainly with materials that are kind of usual items one could find from home or kitchen, for example. There are also practical benefits in this, but I think it also connects it more to the things in real life, relatable moments or material happenings in life that work as a starting point for us. And here are pictures of the Mutteri Gallery last May, where we worked for a week, watching things change and then reassembling them. And then last part of Tuomakse's text is about the lobby. Another thing I want to mention, that for me using this consumable, often food-related things connects it also more with our bodies. In this lobby work we did for this event, it was something I thought about, like being in a waiting room in a standby, still but our body is active and many things happening in the moments of possible boredom. And also boredom or stillness is something we have discussed before often in relation to our work, like being so bored that these mundane moments start appearing. Then I plan to introduce the lobby work in a quite simplified way through the materials used. So we again focused on the everyday materials, but especially water in its different forms, like ice and evaporating and melting and dissolving, and how it affects to different kind of materials. So here is a list on the everything used in the installation. There is also candy and gum that the viewers can take. So when that dissolves in the viewer's mouth, they in a way become part of the installation, or then expand the installation somewhere further if they leave from the lobby. We placed candy, pastilles, painkillers and nicotine bags in different water containers, and the reactions might or might not be visible to the viewer, but they're still there. Here in this picture there's licorice Mentos,
which gives a dark color to the water. The processes that we do are not goal-oriented in any way, or they don't aim for some kind of productivity. They are rather observing and about sensing the passing of time. And this relates to boredom, but also freedom in a way, of not having a certain outcome that you are looking for to reach, and seeing like the importance and magic in everyday actions. There's a freezer in the lobby which has these ice shapes that are made with a silicone mold, and when lifted outside they have different things might have different things inside, like peas or chewed gum or tea. And here are a few of them. And then depending on where they are placed, they might show a different reaction. Like here, the newspaper darkens under the ice. And on the left there's a newspaper next to Hakaniemi metro station after the rain, before it started to dry. And interesting here maybe is the change of material, how it reveals that something has happened even though it might look static in the moment. Then there's also installed different ways of coloring concrete with water, like this evaporating thing that darkens the school's lobby's floor, and then the other one where the ice melts and makes the concrete darker. And a lot of our works are about trial and error. We might be looking for a certain reaction, but sometimes it cannot be forced, and it's rather testing things out where there's not more value if the reaction is the thing that we would have wanted to achieve. But there's always like a element of surprise, something happening or not. The containers in the lobby were sent by Tuomas from Vienna, and they contain different like cocktail combinations of, for instance, caffeine tablets and antihistamine and nicotine bags and stevia or candies melting. And the installation is installed in a mind map kind of way that leans into the idea how everything's connecting and affecting to each other, and how the practice is about finding these connections. And maybe last thing that I want to say is about like what is interesting to me is about how when we work together, the precious thing is that we have like a third thing that comes outside of us, something that we could not create alone, but then when we work together, like something that cannot be expected comes out. But yes, thank you. You can see the work outside.
Thank you so much, Alla. And actually what I think was very nice seeing your works and you explaining them is how they actually also relate very well to the larger works that Ivan was talking about and the processes involved in some of those. So it's like we have mini versions of, forest outside. So thank you. Yeah, so please everyone, have a look at that during the day. And next, just to finish before lunch, we have Arvind is going to sum up some comments.
Can I get that kind of microphone? Is that okay? This is good. Yeah. Wow. Does this work? No? Yes. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Andy, for inviting me. It's a bit difficult to come up here for two reasons. I am not an artist, I'm an architect. Yeah, people are rolling their eyes, I know. But also because of all these great presentations, and I've been put before the lunch break. I don't know what Andy was thinking, but here we are. And my role today is a bit like what the guy did at the Independence Day a week ago. Is anyone recovered from the Independence Day? You know, we wouldn't be a Western liberal democracy if the police didn't come shut us anti-fascists down. But I'm talking about the guy who came twice to shake hands with the president. I'm that guy today, so I'm going to come back for more specific comments. But first, thank you for what you've done with the space here at the art school. I mean, I'm an architect and I know how it looked when it opened. And it's been wonderful to see, especially the stickers on the restrooms. Great. And also the Free Palestine signs, of course. So I was thinking like what Ivan started with, and then Ulla, Inka, and Prisanala as well continue to, like, we've talked about connections so much. And when I woke up today and realized this is going to be called Material Matters, and when there's a genocide going on in the world, like I was thinking, are we really going to discuss material matters today? Then I was so glad that Andy kind of opened it up. Like, this is a long history, right? So we are really like in the capitalist scene, like Ivan also reminded us. And as an architect myself, I really realized that we really should be working more with artists. You guys seem to work with materials in such a liberating way. I don't know how it feels for you during the process, but at least what I see at the end, it seems very nice and very interesting and also kind of mind-blowing. So I wanted to leave you with a couple of thoughts. We'll come back to this during the comments later in the day. First thing is, a lot of work that we seem to be seeing now is about what was traditional, vernacular, indigenous. So when does that become cool again? So I realized that it's suddenly also in Finland more acceptable, celebrated to take the old back. And often we forget the people, like your question about the rural was also something like it feels like often in Helsinki, everybody tries to hide how rural they are until there's a place where you can actually show off about it. So it's kind of this extractivist nature as well. Our own identities become, when do you want to show your ruralness? When do you want to say, oh, I was born in Kallio, I will deny my actual roots. So that sort of thing, like, and as a person coming from a former colony, transplanted here, it's sometimes really interesting also when we talk about clay, we talk about wood building, like there were long lost arts which we are bringing back when they are actually living realities for most of the world. Like sustainable farming is still a living reality for most of the world. So I want us to kind of think those through, like when does something like that become art? When does it stay craft? When do we knit for art, and when do we not want to buy something a grandmother is selling on a square in a Christmas market in Helsinki? So those questions, like these questions of who started to like kind of come through to me. We're seeing all these amazing presentations, like not just what and why and how, but the who. And I do hope that we talk more about the who and whose stories are not told and whose knitting is not here. And that's the thing that I think a lot of Western liberal institutions can do more with, especially if we're looking at them as incubators. I think there's been a lot of discussion in Finland as well what the institution's role is and what KuvA's role is and how well KuvA has carried out its role as a political space and as a space for discussion and criticism. I know folks like Andy are doing their best, but I do hope that we have more. And I loved Ivan's idea of caring less. I think we are also like in a place where we try to care too much, and often the care can also be very violent, especially again when it comes from a liberal Western democratic country. So I just wanted to leave you with these thoughts. I'm going to come back and I'm going to give my own take on it. At what time was that? 2:30? 2, I guess, around that time. But before that, I wanted to invite everyone to enjoy the lunch, enjoy the installations as well, and keep these ideas about also like the who, and let's come back to it. Now to Andy. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just looking in the corner. Is there any soup? No. Okay, there should be soup. Anyway, thank you very much, all the morning speakers, especially Ivan, who actually walked the walk or took the train all the way from West England to here over the last few days. So not just doing the talk, but experiencing the overland travel is great. So we continue in the afternoon. We have our break, and Empirica from Aalto are talking in the next session. So look forward to that. And of course, please stay here. I'll try to track down the soup for that, the soup and bread. But please, check out Pris doing demonstrations, and also Ulla's samples, and of course the other speakers I hope are hanging around and you can talk and everything. So enjoy. Thanks. Oh, I've been told to hold the microphone better. Sorry about that. Yes, so welcome back to this afternoon's program. And I hope you enjoyed the soup and demos and everything else. Very happy to welcome Empirica research group from Aalto University here today. And originally there were 5 and then 4 and now we have 3. So let's hope by the end of the afternoon we still have 3. Don't ask too nasty questions. Anyway, I'll just very quickly, introduce people and then they can get on themselves. So on the left is Luis Vega, and then Sara Hulkkonen, and then Maju Suomi. So I think I leave it up to you to carry on, and thanks very much.
Thank you. We are very happy to be here. I will just very quickly mention that in Empirica, we are a research group where practices of art, design, and craft are used as vehicles of inquiry, so pretty much aligned with the idea of artistic or practice-based, practice-led research. We operate in the Department of Design at Aalto University, and I will very quickly introduce my colleagues. We are all researchers, but we hold different identities or different hats that intersect different modes of being, knowing, and doing. Maju Suomi, architect, Sara Hulkkonen, glassblowing teacher and practitioner, Luis Vega, designer and educator. Today we are presenting a little bit of a provocation, maybe, but before we start, I want to ask who's a researcher? Who else is a researcher in this room? Okay. I'm asking this question because the contents of this presentation are situated. I'll pick up on some keywords that have been introduced today. So our situated practice here is research mainly. We do many other things. We are practitioners in different fields, but the contents of this presentation hold very important implications for artistic research practice. And they may seem a little bit obvious from a practitioner perspective only, but they are important in research. And this is what the provocation we are presenting today is about. So the presentation is structured as follows. First, we're going to give a little bit of a historical background in the notion of research through art, design, and craft. Then we are situating this idea of artistic or practice-based research with the idea of knowing through making and the role of creative productions in research. And then we're going to explain what we mean by the title of this presentation, which is making things that change. And we are delving a little bit deeper into research examples coming from our own practices. So just to let you know, the first part of the presentation is a little bit heavy on text. You will see references. By the end of the presentation, there's a QR code that you can scan so you can get all the references that we are mentioning here, but that will come in the end. And luckily, we'll have time for some discussion. So, oh, it doesn't. Well, maybe I can. Oh, yes. Okay, so just to situate ourselves in the same page, it's been 30 years since the first institutional efforts to legitimize academic research incorporating artistic or creative practices. This is just a piece of historical information. We have to remind ourselves that with the inclusion of art and design schools in academic reforms in the 80s, 90s, and for example, other efforts such as the Bologna process and these things that they call the third cycle of education, art and design schools became incorporated into these national reforms, international reforms, and this had many positive consequences for the proliferation of artistic research. In this side of the world, one of the most perhaps emblematic pieces of academic writing that emerged within this space and time is Christopher Freiling's paper entitled Research in Art and Design, or something along these lines, from the RCA. That was one of the first academically institutional effort to, again, legitimize notions of artistic and practice-based research. In this paper, whether we like it or not, well, there's legacy, of course, and Christopher Freiling demarcated 3 different ways of conducting research in the arts. The first one being research into art and design, the second one being research for art and design, and the third one being research through art and design. So we draw on the legacy of Christopher Frayling, especially the third category, to expand this notion to include also craft practices. So this is what we mean when we say research through art, design, and craft. So we are incorporating craft in these other three categories. We don't really believe that a distinction between art, design, and craft is necessary at this point, but this is just to contextualize where we are speaking from and speaking to. So this also is very similar to what others have discussed as constructive research, practice-oriented research, practice-led research, artistic research, practice-based research. There are many categories and definitions, but they all hold the same idea of using practice as a means of inquiry, creative practice in particular. So this growing research stream has already covered a wide variety of subject domains. We have many examples in the literature. And these topics or subject domains can encompass, for example, creative processes and practices. We have one example from Nithikul Nimkulrat's thesis from Aalto University. It was Taik, back then not Aalto, where she expands on the notion of textile thinking and her use of paper string as a creative practitioner. We have also examples about education and learning, individual and environmental well-being, and justice and equity, to mention a few. And one of the main characteristics or tenets about this mode of conducting research is the inclusion of creative productions as a way to achieve or attain new knowledge. And examples of these creative productions abound in the literature. We have artifacts, artworks, prototypes, workshops, exhibitions, and other tangible material means of research presentation and dissemination. I guess it's easier if I go to the computer, or if you, yeah, please. Thank you. So, well, the thing is that today, this was 30 years ago, this context, right? Today's creative practices operate in a multiplicity of scales, platforms, and media. We have seen the presentations of today, and they cover a wide range of materials, practices, modes of practicing, and so on. And this affords a wide variety of methodological choices, new methodological choices for research practice. There's also a contemporary shift in focus from outcome to process. This is obvious for practitioners, but when we incorporate practice in research, especially in academic research, this creates a difference. Because I also want to pick up this idea of material matters. The distinction between practice and research may seem fuzzy sometimes, but in order to, like in the context in which we are situated, where we are, mobilizing our research through academic publications that favor the discursive over the material, we have to publish papers. And then this distinction creates material realities and has material consequences. So to put it in another word, it matters. And well, this warrants considering the role of creative productions, for example, artifacts, prototypes, and so on, as discrete outcomes, and to think of them rather as evolving processes. So we propose looking at these productions as fluid assemblages, or things that change. This is what we mean by things that change. Then we can elaborate a little bit on the idea of knowing through making. So the role of the artifact, or the role of the creative production in artistic and practice-based or practice-led research, is facilitating many things. So these artifacts or creative productions can play many roles. For example, they can contribute discourse, they can embody knowledge, they can facilitate articulation, function as means of data collection, function as conversation pieces, actually measure phenomena also. They can enact the research question or be a metaphor of the research question in itself. They can try out hypotheses. They can materialize the object of the study. They can play many roles. And this, there's really no consensus on one single way in which an artifact or a creative production can function in this context. So I guess the bottom line here is that this mode of research is diverse, and that's very good. So the literature detailing the roles of creative productions in this type of research is ample, and it is growing. Focus on this creative production, however, portrays making as a stage of the research process and tends to discretize artifacts, prototypes, creative productions as stable things, as fixed categories in the research process. So what we have to say here is that we need to understand what happens when these productions, and with these productions, after the research process or before the research process. For example, when you're writing an application for a funding opportunity, right? This creates many differences that really matter on how we understand of artistic and practice-based research. And also the question of how these creative productions affect and are affected by the multiplicity of actors, human or otherwise, that participate in their making. So, in relation to this idea of knowing through making, what we advocate with this type of idea is a paradigm shift from knowing through making to knowing through making things that change. And we refer to creative productions as things, and we like the indeterminacy of the word things because it's fluid, it's relational, it's multiple. It can mean many things, and it's also connected or entangled. We were talking about connections today. So things as a category, as a conceptual category, means that these are connected to many other things. And when we talk about this, we understand their condition as processes rather than as objects. And well, this also warrants adopting a perspective of fluidity and systemic affect. And we have this question: how do these things affect research, and how are they affected in return? So what's the reception, what is done with them, and what we do with them, what the audiences do with them? And the same question applies to the relation of these things to their makers, stakeholders, users, academic or not audiences, publics, and other things that are involved in processes of conducting, evaluating, and disseminating research. So this is just an anecdotal evidence. This idea of producing this type of contribution in our group emerged from the question of whether one should or should not have their creative components pre-examined in a thesis. So this is a question that cannot be resolved by looking at things as discrete things. So rather than explicitly addressing these questions, we open up the discussion by presenting our research and examples of our research that involve processes of making. And we hope to continue the discussion after this presentation. To facilitate the explanation of this idea of making things that change, we will give 3 examples of categories or categorizations that are also fluid, but we just decided to keep them as 3 examples to make it easier. So for example, we have making more than human communities of practice, and this idea of creative productions of this kind interrogate anthropocentric models of making. They articulate an ethos of care. We were talking about care earlier today. They also highlight the need to sustain relations with non-humans and with the environment in general. And they emphasize the importance of shared practical expertise. Examples of this will be shown by my colleagues Sara and Mayu. Sara, as a glass-blowing practitioner, investigates the types of movement that happen in the glass practice to make the invisible visible. And Mayu, as an architect, has this amazing pavilion which is situated in the Design Museum in Helsinki, as a structure that questions the idea of making in the more than human world. Well, the example number 2 is things that are curated participant engagement programs. This name is tentative. We don't really like the phrasing of this, but this is a work in progress. And with this idea, we are focusing on research practice that incorporates making, for example, workshops, exhibitions, or public participation programs. And this, for example, targets specific audiences. It situates exhibitions, curated events, or public programs at the center of data generation. It deems participants active in the reformulation of research processes and questions. So it also questions notions of authorship and accountability and responsibility of the research practice. And they also exhibit a tendency to be methodologically fluid. Unfortunately, our colleagues who are going to present this are not here, but I will briefly explain what this is about. And these projects are included in the reference list that you will be able to access with the QR code at the end of this presentation. Rika Latbasompi works as a craft practitioner with ceramics and glass, and her research tries to uncover how craft practice can afford an ecological sensitivity and sensibility to think about the current situation of the world in the context of the Anthropocene, for example. And then Priska Falin works as a ceramic practitioner, and she focuses on the role of the body as an analytical apparatus to understand how the body itself becomes sentient and capable of expression with and through the material. And finally, we have one last example, which is making sociomaterial experiments in which the thing being made is an experiment. Instead of social experiment, we call it sociomaterial experiment, which in the line of this feminist contemporary thinking and this science and technology studies wave of research emphasizes entanglements. For example, the entanglement of research and practice, the entanglement of individual and collective, or the entanglement of the social and the material. It collapses conventional understandings of materiality because it deems the researcher a material of its own, of their own experiment. We were talking about this. We sometimes have individuals as materials of a practice. So in this case, when we engage in making sociomaterial experiments and one becomes part of the experiment, one has to acknowledge its full condition as a material medium or component of the practice. And finally, this type of things exhibit a tendency to report on issues of mutual transformation, which essentially, in very theoretical terms, articulate a metaphysics of becoming with. And we will explain this later. This is based on my practice. I focus on the idea of practice-led design research, specifically design research, because I talk to a very particular audience, and how this type of research is usually focused on individual practice. So it's limited to the scale of individual understanding and experience. So I try to expand this notion of thinking through making to incorporate something that is beyond the individual, or to make it post-individual, as we were discussing earlier today. So I will hand it to Sara.
Thank you, Luis. Hello, everyone. My name is Sara Hulkkonen, and I'm so glad to be here at Uni Arts and KuvA together with all you and share my ongoing doctoral research. As Luis mentioned, my background is in glass blowing. I have been working with hot glass nearly 25 years, and during that time I've been a student, an entrepreneur, a teacher, a facilitator, and so on, mostly a teacher though. Perhaps I should underscore that I'm not an artist nor a designer, but I do work with art and design and with artists and designers. Already early on in my life with glass, I noticed that it isn't an easy path. I also noticed how art and design are maybe appreciated, but the craft, the sweaty work, the process that involves a multitude of human and non-human actants, that's not so much appreciated, at least what comes to resourcing and planning education of it. So in my research, I aim to make the invisible to be seen and better understood. My goal is to discuss the endangered craft of glass blowing and influence the education policymakers. I think we should create more collaborative programs between vocational and academic training, and so to ease the discussion in regards with glassmaking, I'm working on this at the moment. Last spring, we conducted a case study in which we investigated what kind of movement happens in glass blowing process and why. In this practice-led case study, my assistant and I were making clear drinking glass blanks. It's a relatively fast thing to make, and this process allowed us to repeat the same work phases and analyze the movement.
We recorded the work process on video, and as other research methods, I used autoethnography, keeping diary, and my assistant did ethnography through taking notes. And I think you can maybe double press that so that we can see the video. Does it? Yeah, it does. So here in this video clip we can see that the glass blowing process, it's physically active, and so the makers, my assistant and myself, we are both on the move, but so is the glass as well. So I gathered first a small amount of glass and then more, and now I'm forming it with the block before going to the mold. We had different camera angles, but in this clip we are only showing two of them, I think. So then next slide, please. So here in this still photo, I've drawn these lines to lines of movement to better communicate what's happening there, where the shared attention is, what my assistant is watching, where she's going to, what I'm doing, and what the glass is doing. I suppose I could also mention that my research assistant, she's formally trained as a glass maker, and afterwards when we were analyzing the videos, we were able to discuss professionally about the making and the material, and ways how to open the tacit knowledge to the audience. So next slide, please. In this mold blowing process, it takes less than 4 minutes to make a clear cup. We discovered 13 critical sequences regarding the movement, and here in maybe the next slide, please. Here in this table we show the altogether then 6 categories of movement that we then found. So the human movement is divided into, this is the categorization that we made, that we divided the human movement into meta level activity to describe the movement on caption level, kind of like the big changes there, and then meso level activity to describe the same activity in more detail, and micro level activity to describe the embodied sensing level of the movement. And this is often invisible to an outsider observer. And then in the non-human context, this is the glass context, we named the levels heat activity to explain what movement happens with the glass in relation to human action, movement activity to explain what happens with the movement on the glass, and then color of the glass, as it tells us how the changing color of the material informs the maker, and so what can be done regarding the movement and workability of the material. So in this phase of this study, I wasn't ready to apply any specific theory yet, but learned that distributed thinking occurs naturally, since the glassblower's work is always in relation to the actively moving material, as well as to the teamwork. So distributed thinking through making, that's a term coined by my fellow researcher, designer researcher Luis Vega. And Vega proposes expanding the practice-led research towards collaborative sense-making in practice. And based on this notion, we suggest that researching glassblowing processes can benefit from adapting relational ontology as its theoretical approach. Perhaps next one, and then if we can. So here is a sample clip of what I'm doing right now, continuing to investigate the glassblowing process using socio-materiality and distributed thinking through making in the glassblowing process. This is a very interesting way of working in a sense that so we made a piece, and so my assistant first worked as my assistant, and then about in halfway through she became the artist or the designer, and I continued in my role as a gaffer, but also as a teacher, because this was something that she was doing for the first time. But I think that from this material we can be digging out quite a bit of the collective thinking and distributed way of making. I'm happy to discuss glass more afterwards, but this is for my part now. Thank you.
This is on. Yes. Hello, everyone, and thank you for my dear colleagues here. It's lovely to be here sharing my practice and research, or practice/research with you. So I'm Maiju Suomi, and I'm a practicing architect. Also have been teaching at Aalto University for quite a few years, now mainly doing research through my practice there. Yes, let's take the slide. My practice is collaborative in nature. It is, I would call it critical practice. I try to look at the world, what's going on, different theories, then reflect those into how making of architecture could and should change according to what's going on, how we can perhaps safeguard life on the planet. So my doctoral dissertation will be about how the making and experiencing of architecture changes if we move beyond the human exceptionalist perception of the world. So thinking about what happens to the process of making architecture and also the experience of the spaces if we start to understand ourselves as part of the rest of the nature instead of separate from it and above it. I use post-humanist and eco-feminist thinking to challenge my Western architectural practice as it has been formed through my education and working life, mainly here in Finland. And the project, I will be talking through one project today and then discussing these themes through that. So it is called the Alusta Pavilion, and it's located at the Museum of Finnish Architecture and the Design Museum in Helsinki. It's a temporary project, an experimental architectural space. It's been built by a multidisciplinary group of people and also formed by non-human forces as well. The project has been led by myself and Elina Koivisto, who is also an architect and researcher at Aalto University. And through this project, we try to ask or try to broaden the current sustainability discourse that's related to the built environment. And we try to do this on the level of material flows, the spatial multisensory experience, and also through the events that take place in this space itself and through it further on in media. So it is a political space, an aesthetic space, and also a gathering of certain materials that come from somewhere where they have an impact when they are extracted, and then they have an impact on all the living creatures in the space. And then, of course, after that, when they, after the considerably short moment in time that they are in that space, when they are released from it, when we don't see them as useful in it anymore, they return to the flows and then affect other living beings elsewhere. And as the pavilion is relatively small and the problems are very large, we, as designers, Elina and I, we wanted to locate it in a space where we could then reach a level of discussion that would be broader than the space itself. And that's why we wanted to work in the context of these two museums, where a lot of people who are making big decisions about the movement of materials and also land use are coming, and then perhaps they can rethink something in their own value systems and consider how they make those decisions in their everyday working life. So the pavilion itself is a research laboratory and then at the same time a tool for disseminating knowledge. And I started after doing quite a few years of just practice as usual, getting really frustrated about the fact that when we were discussing sustainability in architecture, it was always about the techno-scientific aspects. And then at the same time, I feel that architecture is hugely important for our well-being, for our understanding of the world, how we frame the world, what kind of values are embedded into it, what kind of worldviews it advances, and started thinking, okay, what else could sustainability be in architecture besides a techno-scientific endeavor? And then I looked into contemporary post-humanist and ecofeminist thinking, for example, Val Plumwood and Donna Haraway, Maria Puidela-Bellacasa, Tom Van Doren, and David Abram, thinking about what would then be maybe the world that we should be building for, or what kind of ideas we could represent through an architectural space if we wanted to do something different from this nature-culture division that has kind of led us into a really deeply problematic situation. And then the goal for this pavilion project became to communicate our interdependence and entanglement with the rest of the living planet, the biotic and the abiotic nature, and the life-sustaining processes of the planet. And what we were thinking with Elina was that often these natural processes that make life possible for all of us are invisible to human senses. They happen either in a scale that's physically too small or too large, or then temporally too small or too large, and we can't really grasp them, and therefore it's even more difficult for us to try to care for them. So we were thinking of how to make a space that could make visible the different life-sustaining processes that allow for us and others to live well on this planet. And also thinking of maybe following Baptiste Morisot's thinking about how the sustainability crisis can also be seen as a crisis of sensitivity, to think of how we could make spaces that would resensitize us to the different ways of being alive, different from our human way of being alive, meaning. And then we were trying to find a really maybe even idiotically simple way of communicating this so that it would be obvious for everyone. And we decided to work with pollinators as the starting point, because we thought that this is in the media a lot, and everybody can understand that if the pollinators die, we die. And we took that as our starting point. So we decided to try to make a space in the stone-clad parking lot of the museums, pretty much, where we would invite different pollinators and see if that would be possible. And since as architects, we at least should be educated in making spaces that support the well-being of humans, but not really don't support the well-being of other species, sadly. We decided to contact a group of ecology researchers, and together with them, we kind of checked the feasibility of this idea, and if it would be possible, what would be needed. And we came up with plans for a planting of about 50 different perennials, most of them flowering perennials, to provide nutrition for different pollinators, because they're all individuals, the species. They have their own color preferences and their own anatomic needs for the different flowers. And so we made a plan for a garden that would flower from the beginning of the growing season, when the first bumblebee queens start to fly, all the way until October, providing nutrition for different pollinators. But then we started to think about, okay, so what do the plants need? And then we turned our eyes to the ground, thinking about the soil, and then thinking about ways how we could maybe visualize the needs of the soil and the presence of the soil. We incorporated fungi-inoculated wooden blocks that are decaying in the space, therefore caring for the soil, and at the same time communicating the presence of processes of decay, and also perhaps reminding ourselves that we are part of the food web and thus susceptible to the changes and decaying and becoming soil eventually ourselves. Then, as a design goal for the whole process, we took that it should be really comfortable for people as well as the non-human visitors, because I think that if we want to learn something new, we have to be feeling that we're very safe. So we decided that with every design decision, we should really consider that they contribute to the well-being of humans, and at the same time to the well-being of the non-humans in the space. And for example, we've been building with these porous clay blocks, thinking a lot about the tactile quality of the environment that then again creates an interesting spatial experience for human beings on a neuropsychological level, and simultaneously provides roots and nesting spaces for the insects. And I will talk a little bit more about the materiality later on. And then of course the presence of the plants makes a restorative environment for people, and provides food and shelter for the different insects. And we wanted to also make the space into a place that would be open for everybody to come to, either on their own, to just calm down and quiet and maybe slow down and experience the pace of life of the non-humans around us. And at the same time, we wanted to open it up for discussions, because as I said in the beginning, we had this intention of broadening the sustainability discourse in architecture. So we really wanted to lift different topics that would then talk about our relationship with nature, in nature, on different levels. So we've had a couple of summers of different discussion program there, curated by us on site, where we have experts and audience and plants and insects and birds and the materials all creating the atmosphere and perhaps leading the discussion to certain directions. And we will hopefully continue next summer, so you're all welcome to join us if you haven't visited yet. So it is a pedagogic project at the same time. And it is a project for reconsidering the nature of community, how we see it, also broadening it to the more than human sphere. And then thinking about the materials, we wanted to use clay in order to symbolically bind the space into the soil, which we wanted to somehow lift into the discussion more. We ended up using both fired clay and raw clay. All the decisions were made according to thinking about the environmental impact. Clay is its impact is relatively small, since it can be lifted from the surface layers of the ground, and then those sites can be restored, for example, as bird habitat afterwards. And of course, as we heard before today from Ulla, when you're using it in raw form, it can just return to the land. And for the elements that we used that were fired, which we needed for some of the structures since we are outdoors, we have fastened everything mechanically, thinking about the next phase of these materials. So no cement has been used in the space. And we also have some rammed earth structures here. And the whole project was built together with the students of architecture and clay construction and design. And this way we wanted to incorporate different possibilities for learning that were kind of missing from the architectural education as it is, at least at Aalto University. And this led to choosing very simple construction techniques in order for everybody to participate instead of going very high tech. Then we also used biochar, which is a super interesting material, and we wanted to, with that, to kind of further communicate the circularity and the movement of materials through this pavilion. So biochar is in this case made of lignin, which is a byproduct of the pulp industry, and it's been fired through pyrolysis process and then becomes a material that can be used to make the soil better and also to use it in certain construction purposes. So here you can see biochar mixed into clay mortar or clay render, a similar technique that Ulla had used, and then also just biochar fired into a relief. And then slowly when these erode, they go and then make the conditions for the plants in the soil better. And then just a couple of more thoughts about maybe the learnings of this project. As an architect, in the Western context, I have very much been educated into this idea that we have a human thought that is then projected onto dead matter, and then we have an object. But when kind of reflecting on what happened in this project, the processual quality of making an architectural space and sustaining that comes to the front. There have been so many different things that have contributed to the taking of shape of this space, and also then the continuous movement of the aesthetic texture of the space. So we have the different times of the year, the different times of the day, the movement of the light, the movement of water. We particularly wanted to use raw clay in addition to its ecological qualities to highlight the changeability of the space, to allow for change and to question our idea of unchanging environments. Because I feel that now when we are living on this changing and moving earth, which is becoming unpredictable, maybe we should reflect on how our built environment could reflect that as well, and maybe be more honest about the quality of the planet that we live on. And so we've had this wonderful opportunity to follow the movements there, and therefore I would say that coming back to the idea of care, somehow I've been thinking about that in the past days from the perspective of relationships and fostering relationships, thinking about how a building, for example, gathers all of these material flows and how it affects things so far in space and time, and how careful we should be with those relationships. And then again, how spaces can foster different relationships between humans and other humans, between humans and other species, and also on a societal level, creating spaces for discussion. So, thank you.
Maybe you can switch the slides yourself. Oh yes, I have my own microphone. Yes, so just to pick it up a little bit, previously I mentioned that we were describing different categories for making things that change. In this context, what my colleagues have presented this idea of making more than human communities of practice. So the real task in this context is to organize around many different material and social flows, such as practitioners, materials that are fluctuating in temperature, pollinating insects, environmental scientists, and how this all connects to the idea of having practical expertise and different ways of knowing, being, and understanding the world. So these ideas may have very self-evident implications for practice or to practitioners, but when we incorporate them in research, this creates new questions about how to account for their presentation, dissemination, evaluation, examination, and many other forms in which research is still probably perhaps not very well attuned to these ideas of change and systemic affect in that sense. So I will present a little bit of my own research. I studied this idea with a metaphor of listening to materials. If anyone here is a craft practitioner or an artist or a designer working with very type of conventional materials, you know this metaphor, right? You have to listen to the material to let the material speak back to you and to be able to understand the medium that you are working with. But as I mentioned before, in my research, I want to conceptualize a notion of practice for practice-led design research that transcends the boundary of the individual, so that we can look beyond individual experience, individual analytical apparatuses, to account for how differences or how processes of materialization come to be beyond my intention as an individual designer, researcher, or something else. So it's about inviting other people to the practice. Can you maybe? So with the idea of listening to the material, I tried to expand on this idea. Yeah, we have to listen to materials, but when we incorporate other people with intentions, affects, sensibilities, and so on, we have to be aware of this and we have to be attentive to them as well. So I organized this, I made this workshop. I called it Transcultural Pottery. This was in response to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, because I have a practice in my home country, but I do not have a practice in Finland, so I could not travel to do my experiments as I originally intended to. But anyway, this was a very significant opportunity to improvise something in between lockdowns. So it was like a 2-month period of no lockdown or anything, the 2020, 2021. And so I invited other people to try to prototype a collaborative pottery practice just to see what happened. And the idea here was to include myself as a participant, but also as a facilitator of the workshop. And this idea of transcultural resource separations are not fixed, but are fluid and always in the making. And to relate to this specific case in particular, this separation was addressed, for example, in the separations that exist in cultural divides in pottery practices, for example, the master and the apprentice, or in workshop dynamics, for example, the facilitator and the participant, or in models of epistemic labor, for example, the researcher and the practitioner, or in professional identity discourses, for example, designer and maker. So I was trying to probably undo a little bit of my own divisions or separations to understand my position as a fluid thing in this context. And this is what I mean that I became a material of my own experiment. Can you move on to the next one? So yeah, the basic idea was to let everyone partake in the project so that we would be making the workshop together. So I basically jumped into the designing of the project by simultaneously participating in its making. So it's a way of thinking through making, but bringing other people to this process of thinking through making. And the idea of listening to the material became obvious as a way of listening to the socio-material. And for those of you who are not familiar with the theoretical tenets or methodological tenets of socio-materiality, it basically accounts for the idea that there is no material thing in this world, especially in a research context, that is not also a social doing. So these things are actively being made. And I mean, I have to select the participants. So I am making a situation. And accountability in this type of setting is mandatory from my side as a researcher. Because then by selecting participants, by prescribing the mode of participation and the type of contribution of every one of us, I'm materializing differences. And these differences matter. Can you move on to the next one, please? So one of the methods, I just want to focus on like a little bit on the methods that I used to report this. I used this form of intersubjective documentation to have like a collective record of how the practice evolved. So in practice-led research, for those of you who are familiar with it, it's very common to use documentation practices as a means of data generation or data collection, or some people just call them empirical material. I guess one of the benefits of documentation or documenting one's own practice is the possibility to be able to submit it to critical reflection retrospectively. So I was thinking, okay, since we are all making this, it's only reasonable to allow these other people and to ask them to also document their version of the practice or how the practice unfolded according to them. And this was very significant because it also allows me to understand somehow that collaboration or collaborative spaces or collaborative design situations allow for the exchange of different points of view and perspectives, but they also produce very positive conflict, confrontation, and contradiction, which is very nice if one has the time and the energy to be able to process it. So yeah, this is just an example of how the practice was well documented, but it also, I mean, the way the images are configured in this type of photographs also reveal the type of curatorial approach that I have to the collection of data. So I gave participants the same type of diary, the same notebook. We only used orange colors for some reason because there was the only color available in the workshop that we were working with. But what I mean is that materials matter in this context because they produce different resolutions of reality, and they prescribe how the whole thing that one is making is going to unfold. So these are active choices always, and these choices are never innocent. So we have to acknowledge that as well. And finally, what I want to say is, well, to understand this socio-material assemblage or this process of distributed thinking through making, or this, there's a textility in this type of process. So I developed a method to analyze this distributed way of thinking through making. So there's one dotted line that it's, well, first, I'm going to explain what is this. This is something that I call a meshwork, as opposed to a network. A meshwork, a network would basically be based on the idea of self-contained entities that are connected, right? So if I use a network as a means of data analysis, I would be connecting dots. But instead, I was trying to think very relationally and try to think about the very process of becoming or becoming with, what I was saying before, to understand how data, or my data, the data that I collected, is not dots to be connected, but they are traces of things. So instead of looking at data as points to be connected, I'm looking at data as trajectories to be entangled with one another. So the threads that you see here are trajectories, which are something that I call actors, and they are socio-material actors, right? And this, the way these actors are somehow emerging out of the data is a process of materialization as well. So I mentioned that I was documenting the practice intersubjectively. So instead of reflecting upon the practice, I'm diffracting the practice, meaning that I'm inviting other people to reflect with me, perhaps advocating for contradiction and confrontation, to have multiple perspectives and to have all the versions of the story somehow here. And then the knots of these are the numbers. These are moments or processes of materialization, so how the practice emerges. And this is very significant because it allows us to understand how, again, different processes of materialization produce different material realities. And for me, a way to answer the question of why material matters is simply because different material configurations have different types of ontological consequences. So it's important to acknowledge how these categories, for example, these categories are processes of differentiation. They are a product of diffraction on action, as opposed to reflection on action, right? So what matters here is that we have to be accountable for how these differences or these categories are made rather than found. So the idea of making something and working with materials, in this case the actors like designers, blah, 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 red clay, whatever, these are the materials of the workshop. So I myself, I am a material, my trajectory is rendered with a dashed line, and this is just trying to articulate the idea that designing as a way we understand it traditionally is not a process of form giving, it's a process of negotiation, and this negotiation is always a socio-material doing. It's something that cannot be controlled. And this way of thinking, or this type of method is only to portray this way of thinking and make it visible somehow. But if you are interested, as well as interested in my colleagues' research, we have the works that have been presented here in the list of references. But maybe you can move on to the next one, and then I guess we still have a little time for a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis, Sarah, and Mayu. Yes, so as you said, there is some time for questions or discussion. I think for me, what really came up was that in all your practices, it's very much about a sort of collaboration with other beings, whether they're human beings or other forms of life, which is really interesting because that was also come up earlier in the morning. And I think particularly as we are sitting in this building, it would be great to have more architects thinking like that. Yeah, but would anyone else like to ask a question? Okay.
Thanks a lot. And there would be many questions about this pavilion and so on, but I just, while it's in my head, when you speak of socio-material practices, I always hear material discursive practices by Bharat. So can you explain the difference and why you choose to speak? Or I guess, but you could articulate it maybe, yeah.
So is the question why I chose to use the term socio-material instead of material discursive practices? I guess it's mainly because of the generosity that the term allows in terms of how abstract it is. And also because of the many tensions that exist within different schools of thought. So for example, I guess I stick to this term when I realize that there are many ways of understanding it. It's more of like an umbrella term, but there is clearly two schools of thought. One that divides the socio from the material with a hyphen, so it's socio-material, and one that is using socio-material as a single word. And this usually, these two terms come with different ontological claims. So the one that is socio-material accounts for the separation of the social and the material already. So they comprise, the social and the material comprise different analytical categories. So they are already sliced and diced. Whereas the one in socio-material with no hyphen it's an entanglement always. And this is a nice way to think of it in terms of the method that I presented. Yes, everything is entangled, everything is in relationship. It's very difficult to trace boundaries or to delineate boundaries between one thing and the other, but in order to be accountable in a research practice, we have to make separations. And these separations allow us to understand the world. So separations are good and necessary, but they are not innocent. So in that sense, I guess I stick to the notion of sociomateriality in that sense, because it portrays more like an ethos of working rather than the other one. And then the material discursive is also good as a way of framing it. It's essentially the same. Barat herself aligns to this second, more strong relational sociomaterial with no hyphen, but I guess the material discursive as a term is less useful for me because I talk about social practices. Yes, all practices are social, all practices are material, but we need a lens to discuss them theoretically, methodologically, ontologically, and also ethically. So I guess that's I don't know if this answered your question, but that's my take on it.
Do we have anyone else? No? Would you guys like to oh, there is one. So sorry.
Okay, this is a rather simple question, but it's to Mayu Suomi. I don't know if I understood properly, but I'm very curious to know about whether if the clay bricks were specially designed for the pavilion and if you cook them or not, because also the inner structure, this drawing of holes, and it is very particular one.
They were not specifically designed for this project. They are a product that was donated for the project. What happened in the end was that now we've been working with an insect researcher this summer who's been counting who has arrived, and it's like really nice. We've been really pleased. But what he told us is that in this case, actually the fact that we have the raw clay there and different, so we have like lots of different blocks made with the raw clay that weren't present in these photos, but that erode with rain and then show the strands of straw inside. So those are the most useful for insects in this pavilion, and then of course also the loose clay is like super beneficial to non-human beings because they can pick it up and use for their own purposes. But definitely we have been thinking that if we had more resources, then we could design specific blocks, and in the next kind of phase that we're planning to do with the project, we will incorporate different bumblebee homes, for example, in those. So thank you.
And then it's a second question. I would like to know if this pavilion will stay for long in that same location, or if it's going to be in continuity somewhere else.
Well, initially it was meant to be there for 1 year. Then it was changed into 2 years, as the ecologists felt that it would make no sense to have it for such a short period. And then the museums were like, okay, yes, we believe you guys. And then now it's been continued for another year because people and insects have enjoyed it. And then we will most likely move it to Otaniemi, to the Aalto University campus next. So we are working on that. So it will have its life continued, and all the, like, everything is planned so that it can be moved. The plants grow in these bags so that we can then lift them and ship them to the next location, so that the community can continue its life there. And one more point to this that's been really interesting with the insect researcher to look into is that now first we kind of got the insect community, the pollinators there, but then the next phase is that the ones who are loinen. What's loinen? like parasitical to those insects are coming as the next wave of beings to inhabit the space, and all of this happens like in phases. So of course we would want it to be there forever, but we've already like managed to drag it on for 2 extra years.
Shall I use this? Yeah. Is there another question? Oh, Ivan at the back.
Hey, this is a question for Sarah. I really enjoyed that diagram of the movement, how you work together with your assistant, creative partner, I guess, at different points. I was wondering whether that process of looking at how you move has changed, sort of, and trying to analyze that has changed how you feel now when you are making, whether it feels more of a dance or more of a performance, or whether it's changed any of your actual processes as well.
Thank you for the question. I think I've always felt that, be it dance or I'm a kinesthetic learner myself, so I need to be moving in order to learn. But then what these doctoral studies have taught me, I'm a second-year student now, so is to go and with the help of the video recordings, so that we can go back and watch what actually happened. And then when we were we got the place and the time to do these categories. So it really helped us to understand the different levels of the movement, and like what can the audience see, and but then what's happening kind of like behind the scenes, or the how we can unveil the sweaty work and what it's about, how skill and how skill changes as well, and how we change, it's a multi-layered thing. I don't know if I answered your question. You can repeat that very last, please.
I think so. I mean, I guess I'm interested in whether there's a benefit to makers and creatives of doing a similar kind of movement-based analysis of their practice. Is there something that comes out of that in a personal, creative way, or is it more for an audience of that to understand your process?
I think that making visible the process of glass blowing, that's hopefully beneficial for education policy decision makers, but then on individual level or on the human level, when there is time to think, I think somebody, maybe it was Ulla, mentioned when making clay plaster wall pieces, that there is time to think. So as well, when there is time to think, we hopefully, I don't know, maybe it's a cliche, maybe we become better human beings who can then in turn think about the material that we work with, and whether it makes any sense to make any more stuff into this world, and so on. But yeah, definitely thinking is something that has become out of my practice as a maker. So I've become to think with the material that keeps changing. So I think it's changing me as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I also, is there another question? Sorry, okay, I keep.
Yes, it's for Sara Holkonen. Also, when I saw this thorough work in trying to analyze the movements that you do for working with the glass, you made me think of Simone Weil when she's describing about this modern condition in the factory, about how workers have internalized so much their movements, and made me remember of a colleague, Marta Asparen, who has been recording after workers who already retired, and they reperform their movements and then describe the noises and so on. So I was thinking myself how internalized these movements are for you, and whether if you would be also interested in abstracting them at another level.
I actually did a series of I'm not an artist, but I did a series of photographs during the COVID break when I couldn't go to the glass studio. So lockdown, staying at home, and I have this old historic glass blower bench in my garden, and so I would then kind of like practice or see if I can how does my body remember certain movements and positions, how I hold the glass blowing pipe that I didn't have, or if I how I hold scissors in my or shears in my hands and so on. So I would make this series of photos of that embodied movement to remember, to see if I remember. Yeah, I think I can do it in my dreams as well. And also, there is a Finnish artist who has done this kind of work also in Italy with retired glass blowers. So that inspired me. Yeah.
Yes, I was basically going to say that that movement, because I have, of course, seen you working for real with the hot glass and other glass workers. And what is particularly interesting is when there is maybe more than one pair working, there's like a number, and it is very much like a sort of dance going on in that space, because everyone has this very hot substance and critical movements going on. And no, I'm not allowed to move the microphone, so it's difficult to show, but so there is something very, beautiful and poetic going on there, and also, as you said, the sort of embodied knowledge and awareness of the space and other people. And I think also that came out very nicely when Chris has been demonstrating these movements that look very simple, but yet it's a real sort of skill, if I'm using the right word. Okay, I'm maybe now going to invite Arvind again to come and perhaps sum up or give some comments. Well, we should finish by 3, so you got... I'm not going to speak for 20 minutes.
Am I doing this right? Yes. Wonderful to see everyone still here. It's almost 3. So did you have some time to think about the question I left you with, or did I leave you with a question before lunch? Does anyone remember? No, perfect, because I don't either. So when Andy invited me to this, so some background about me, like I said, I am an architect, and hopefully one of the good kinds like Mylly. But I am an architect, but I'm also very urban. I was born in a very large city. I live in a well, I don't know, at least in Finland it's a very large city. But people look at me and they think I'm an expert on all things rural. I leave you to decide why. So when Andy invited me, and then I looked at Ivan's profile as well, that Ivan has spent his entire life in rural areas near agriculture and with some part spent in cities. So this whole idea of who is rural and who is not, something that's been coming back to me. So a couple years ago, and this is one of the reasons I ended up meeting with Andy, I was running for city council here in Helsinki. And if you have not done it yourself, I really recommend it. It's real fun. But one question that they keep coming up with is, and this is, I'll translate it for our international friends, but this is like, are you paljasjälkäinen or junan tuoma? This is a really horrible way of asking a candidate for city council whether you were born in Helsinki or did the train bring you. And what they really want to ask, and I got this asked a lot, and I was just like, I flew in, but well, whatever. The reason they ask you, of course, is they want to see whether you're an expert in city issues versus you just like are somewhere from outside Kehä 3, Ring 3, which in Finland is like code for you're too rural to run the city. So when we started talking today about rural being a radical space and rural being a space where there are wounds, and when Andy showed us especially, those are not the images we see of northern Finland. Like open mines and like literally the planet destroyed. And of course also the problematic history. So the idea of rural as just something to be exploited, juxtaposed on people thinking of me as rural, it started like really like all falling into place. And then Mylly also raised up, like as my education was also predominantly in Western contexts, how we see as the world as an object, other people as an object, and we are like the subjects who kind of manipulate it. So artists, architects, researchers, what Louis was also talking about, everything is kind of socio-material. So I'm coming back to this question, and we're going to make this interactive. I know this is not the easiest thing to do in Finland, but well, Andy gave me a free hand. So we're not going to ask you to start talking, but if you can clap when I ask. So I'm not going to watch who's clapping, and you don't have to say anything, but just clap. Do you consider yourself rural? Do you consider yourself urban? Yeah, that went according to plan. So it's kind of like, it's not really even a dichotomy, right? Like we are constantly moving between these worlds, trying to make sense of it. And I guess all of us left the rural world at some point, whether ourselves or our ancestors. We all left. We began as a rural species, so to speak, and we become urbanized. And suddenly it's cool to sort of like say like, I don't know how food is made, or I don't know how clay is plastered. But it's wonderful that we're coming back. And when we come back to it, again, I come back to this, like even terms like vernacular, I don't know, I don't think they're used that much in Finland. People can correct me, like vernacular is something that's not even like, you hear traditional when it's got this kind of negative connotation, right? That's very traditional. You just think of a person voting for Keskusta, and you know, it just sort of like, and indigenous as well, like we use it, but we don't use it in a very positive way in many cases, like the recent, don't want to open that Pandora's box, but like who gets to draw indigenous people and who gets to criticize it when they are drawn and so on, that we've seen in Finland as well. So just like turning all these concepts around, especially we're in an art school, which is supposed to be where we are critical. Somehow we seem to forget that quite easily in this country. Just thinking also, just again on the global scale, like whose stories are not told and whose rural is being exploited, extracted, appropriated, and so on and so forth. And somehow we seem to be able to sympathize with non-humans more than humans who are getting bombed. Those kind of questions. So these are not separate things. So that's why, again, I keep coming back to how glad I was that we talked about imperialism, colonialism, because material matters, and material is what caused all of this to start in the first place. People running after material. I heard even now that Israel is working out some natural gas exploration treaty for post-Gaza, whatever that means. And also this, I didn't know that Finland is the only place where you can get all the materials you need to make batteries. I hope certain people are not listening when we start saying things like that. But it's really tricky how political the space we act in is. And as researchers, architects, artists, designers, what have you, we try to kind of depoliticize ourselves and our spaces with this kind of, I don't know, utopian idea. I guess we'll never get there, thankfully, that we can live in some sort of post-political reality where we don't have to discuss, where we don't have to have conflicts. So I'm really glad that we also had a lot of questions. That's something Andy was worried about, I guess. So the interactive part continues. How many of you are happy about your own relationship to Finland? Just clap. Nice. That usually gets a lot more claps when I'm talking to a more general audience. How many of you are ashamed of what Finland is doing in the world today? Well, that's a great starting point, right? Like, we have a bunch of people who don't have any kind of weird ideas of how great we are, and we're trying to make a better world. How many of you have hope that art can make a difference in this situation? That's nice, very positive. Professors, take note. So I love this. I guess it was Ulla who said it, like, what is sustainable today was just practical before. And Finland, at least outside Kehä Kolme, is a country that calls itself very practical. You know, we have this maalaisjärki and sisu, and we really do it. Like, and I think that's something that we often forget. Like, also Mayu brought about this whole obsession with this techno-scientific. Like, somebody says, "Oh, I want to use clay," and then somebody else invents a 3D printer. You can just take the clay from the ground and, you know, do it like you saw today. So in some way, I feel like there's a lot more reason for a lot more like very simple and practical thinking. I think we're losing the plot a little bit, also within the art world, but society in general, just like, what's practical? Gender neutral bathrooms, free Palestine signs, like these are practical things, right? So I do wish that when we go back to basics, which in a way has been the day's theme, like going back to the rural, going back to the materiality, we also go back to, is this unnecessarily complicated? If we can get clay into the middle of Helsinki city, the largest city in Finland, and that can bring pollinators, why aren't we doing this more? Questions like that. So I do hope we think more about keeping things simple and keeping things real in some way. And I also wanted to leave you with a book recommendation, because we've heard lots of great book recommendations. I'm not a researcher myself, but I do know this is an amazing book written by a really, really cool person. It's called Maaseudun Tulevaisuus. I'm not talking about the magazine. It's an actual book. This is not a joke. And a person I know has gone through rural Finland and talked to, and they are from a family of agriculturists themselves. Like Ivan was saying, also agriculture is so central in the discussion of rural. So Maaseudun Tulevaisuus, the book costs about 30 euros, like best 30 euros I've spent at least. And it shows you Finland in a light that most of us in Helsinki at least don't know, like from a perspective of an agriculturalist, and different kinds of farmers have had their stories told through that. And it's not some sort of glorification of Finnish farming either. It's a very, I think, close to real picture, so do recommend it. Orasma. Very fresh book. I think there's even like events you can attend where Tuuli is talking about the book and interviewing Finnish farmers, right? Maybe next year again, like this year there were a couple events, so that's the one. Okay, continuing the interactive part. Who considers themselves traditional? Who considers themselves modern? So what do you consider yourself? So again, I want to bring about the kind of like times that we live in. We try to find these identities, and obviously traditional has some connotations, modern has some connotations, and we kind of like think, at least in the art world, I guess, that we don't really fit into either, but also like, then what are we? So these are questions again that keep coming back. And again, would you consider Finland a traditional society? Clap if you would. Modern? Maybe. Yeah, so that idea was that if modern society is not caring about what happens outside of it, in that sense Finland is very modern, what we've been seeing other modern societies do. So in that sense also I think as much as we question this idea that urban is always better, we need to question whether modern is always better. Keep coming back to this idea of metropolitan mind where you have to survive in a modern urban state, so you just forget everything happening around or just like become immune. So I hope we don't become immune in that way. And we continue to ask these hard questions. I think we've touched on a lot of hard questions. It wasn't very obvious reading the publicity material, which was actually good because we got surprised when we came here. Do we have a comment? No. Yeah. So then I just thought that what the crisis we are talking about here, and this also came up during the talks, is a crisis of sensitivity, really. I completely agree. I forgot who said it, but that's the crisis I think we have. We've become desensitized. Like the planet is being destroyed, thousands of kids are being bombed, and we have to, I don't know why, but we have to have life go on here. So art helps, at least it's helped me, and I think it's helped a lot of people here that we're able to still make a difference and try to build a better world and not again like dream of utopia, but do things that make our current world better. So in that sense I also want everyone to clap now for each other and the world that artists are building and people who are working for a better world. I think that's something we also forget quite often in Finland. We forget to clap and like show our appreciation. And in that sense, I leave you with 3 more questions. How do we engage with the rural without engaging in exploitative appropriation? Because that's something that immediately comes to my mind. Are we a bunch of, again, city dwellers who are, again, both literally and otherwise exploiting other people's work, other people's traditions, other societies, other communities? Or are we actually engaged in respectful exchange rather than exploitative appropriation? That was question 1. You don't have to answer it, but just think about it. And then following up, who is being exploited and at what cost? And there's always, if somebody's earning, somebody else is paying, right? If somebody's winning, it is in some way a zero-sum game. Limited planet, limited attention spans, limited resources, limited material. So these are things, at least as an architect, it's often difficult to ask these questions because then you don't get any work done. Boss will fire me the next minute if I start asking who's winning and who's losing, but at least it's good to ask these questions. Mayu's nodding. But I guess, would you say artists have a bit more freedom in this, or do artists also suffer from the same? Like being caught up in an exploitative? Yeah, the professor's nodding, so I guess the others agree. And then the last one is who we are forgetting and who we are not. Like when I ask the second question, it's often like I still need to remember who is losing, but there are so many people who don't even enter the picture, and not just people, but also non-human beings and those who have not been born. So it's not easy, but it's also, I think it's a wonderful time to be alive. I know it doesn't sound like that, but at least now it feels like we've got like so much communication. We learn about the world a lot more. Like at least, no, I don't know if it's a good thing, but we actually know about what's happening and whether we are doing something about it or not, but at least we know better than we ever did before. Climate change is real. The UAE is trying to hijack COP28. All of these are real things and we know about it. So who we are forgetting as well, I think that's something that is good to remember to ask every time. Like every time an architect designs gendered bathrooms, who are forgetting, and stuff like that. And I guess it applies to the art world as well. So let's keep making, let's keep questioning, but also let's keep returning to the basics. That's maybe the message I want to leave you with. I know a lot of us have a lot to do, but let's do it together, because that's also something that's come up. I think rural, at least to me, I know this is also again from a very urban person, rural means stronger connections, stronger community. I know a lot of us are also traumatized by growing up in small town Finland and too strong community and want to leave and move to Helsinki, but somehow rural also to me brings memories of connections, of people caring for each other, or not caring too much, whatever that might mean. But according, like in some way, it's about connection, and I think that connection, if anything is going to save this planet, it's these human connections. And I do hope that in all the work we do, be it art, design, architecture, research, critical practice, demonstrations, activism, like we remember those connections and try to strengthen the ones that make the world better. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arvind. Great summing up so that I don't have to do it. That's my prerogative here, to choose speakers and not have to say too much myself. And I'd really like to give big thanks to all today's speakers. I think it's been really fascinating, and how these tales have intertwined really nicely. And we come back to the sort of starting point, this material matters question. So I'm not going to drag on because we're pretty much up for time. I just want to remind you that Iswanto Hartono and Reza Asivina from the Ruan Grupa collective are doing a project in Teak Tori this week, and I have been told that at 3:15 they will be, if you've maybe noticed that little sort of sitting area that they've made, it's just as you walk from here into Tori, it's on the right. There's some sort of screens and there's a little area there. So they'll be there at 3:15 if any of you are interested to go and then sort of observe or see what they're doing with students, because they're working with some students the whole week. But that was like part of our program for today. Otherwise, thank you so much to all of you for coming and participating and asking great questions, and for eating soup and stuff. It's all part of the process. And I do hope that there are some connections being made also between us, and that these collaborations will continue. And I certainly will be very excited to develop these themes further. And as I mentioned before, that Ivan is we're planning that he and Heather will be working with us over the next couple of years, so also developing some projects further. And I did just want to say to Maya that we have this empty terrace on the top here. I don't know if you've seen that, and I think that would be a brilliant place to do something. So maybe we have to talk about that. I'm not sure if Sampa is still here. Yes. What do you think about that? No. Okay, we'll talk about that then. Good. Okay, but anyway, thank you, and see you next time. And well, tomorrow, presumably, there is the third day of the Research Days. I know that there is a strike, so maybe for people who live near or else streaming, I don't know, because it seems really difficult to get in from anywhere that isn't walking distance. But okay.
Michaela suggested that people can take taxi, and Research Days pays for taxi for participants.
Okay. Apparently, Michaela has suggested that if you want to come tomorrow, you can take a taxi, and Research Days will pay. Oh no. Oh, speakers. Oh. He says speakers only. Sorry, cancelled. Maybe Mika, do you want to say something? Okay, sorry, we get Chinese whispers. So the Research Days are going ahead. The speakers will be here. For everyone else, it's your own cost to get here, or you can watch online. Yeah, start working early. Yes. Good. Okay. Well, thank you, and please, if there's any pulla and coffee or soup, even help yourself. Thank you.